The cold winds of northern lands whispered secrets of a time long past. In a rugged, wild corner of the world, where deep fjords cut into towering mountains and dense forests hid ancient mysteries, a new age was dawning. This was the time when the Viking Age was born, a time of bold explorers, brave warriors, and curious traders who set out from the lands of Scandinavia to change the world. In the small coastal villages of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, people lived close to nature. Their lives were shaped by the harsh cold winters and the brief warm summers. The people were strong and hardy, used to the challenges that nature brought. They built sturdy wooden homes and learned to sail on rough seas. Their lives revolved around the cycles of nature, and every day brought both hardship and hope. Long before the fame of raids and longships, these people lived in small communities. They farmed the land, raised animals, and fished in the icy waters. Life was simple but hard, and every meal was a blessing. The people told stories around the fire, stories filled with wonder about gods and heroes. They believed in a world where nature was alive and every rock, tree, and river had its spirit. These beliefs would later guide their journeys and give them strength when they set sail into unknown waters. The beginnings of the Viking Age are not marked by one single event. Instead, it was a slow rise of daring souls who looked beyond the horizon and imagined a world much bigger than their small villages. They built longships with slender, graceful designs that could cut through the waves. These ships were not only a tool for travel but also a symbol of their freedom and ambition. With every stroke of the oar, they carried with them the hope of new adventures and the promise of discovering lands filled with riches and wonder. Many factors led to the start of this great era. One reason was the need for more resources. As the population in Scandinavia grew, the simple lands that once fed the people could no longer sustain everyone. The harsh winters and short growing seasons meant that the harvest was sometimes poor. This scarcity pushed many to look beyond the familiar lands, to try their luck in faraway places. Others were driven by a sense of adventure, a desire to see what lay over the next horizon, and a hope to make a name for themselves. In these early days, the spirit of exploration was strong, and many young men dreamed of becoming heroes. Trade also played an important part in the birth of the Viking Age. The Scandinavian lands, though rich in nature, did not have all the goods that people needed. There was a hunger for items like silk, spices, and fine metalwork, luxuries that could only be found in distant lands. The people soon learned that by traveling over the seas, they could reach the great markets of Europe, the riches of the East, and the treasures of the Mediterranean. The longships became not just vessels of war, but also floating shops and bridges between cultures. They carried goods, ideas, and stories that would later change the world. As these seafarers began their journeys, they faced many dangers. The open sea was unpredictable and often brutal. Storms could appear without warning, and the icy waters could be as treacherous as any enemy. Yet the Vikings were prepared for these challenges. They used the stars as their guide and knew the patterns of the winds. Their skills in building and sailing were passed down from one generation to the next. It was this deep connection with nature and the sea that made them such formidable travelers. The early days of the Viking Age were filled with a mix of peace and conflict. While many Vikings were driven by the desire to trade and explore, others turned to raiding. The lure of treasure and the thrill of battle were strong motivators. When they set out on raids, their goal was often to capture goods, wealth, and sometimes even to claim land. These raids were not simply acts of violence. They were a way of life, a means to overcome the challenges at home by taking what they needed from those who had more. Over time, these acts of raiding would grow into well-known stories of bravery and fear. Even though the Vikings are often remembered as fierce warriors, there was much more to them. Their world was full of art, music, and a rich tradition of storytelling. The Sagas, tales of heroes, gods, and great adventures were told by skilled storytellers around flickering fires. These stories helped to unite the community, teach lessons of bravery and honor, and preserve the history of their people. Every story carried a piece of the past, reminding each generation of where they came from and what they could become. The natural beauty of Scandinavia itself played a vital role in shaping the Viking spirit. The endless forests, mighty rivers, and towering mountains were both a challenge and a source of inspiration. The land was wild and unpredictable, much like the men and women who lived there. They learned to respect nature, understanding that it could be both a giver of life and a taker. This respect for the natural world stayed with them as they sailed to distant lands, where they often encountered new landscapes that were as harsh and beautiful as their own. In these early chapters of the Viking Age, it is important to understand that this was a time of change and growth. The people of Scandinavia were beginning to step beyond the familiar, taking with them the skills and traditions of their ancestors. They were not merely raiders. They were explorers, traders, and storytellers. The beginnings of the Viking Age were built on a foundation of deep-rooted culture, strong community ties, and an unyielding desire to understand the world beyond their borders. As the first rays of dawn broke over the icy waters, a new day began for these seafarers. The ships, built with care and skill, glistened in the morning light, ready to carry brave souls to lands unknown. Each voyage was a step into the future, a future that would be filled with both great victories and hard lessons. The dreams of these early Vikings were as vast as the open sea, and their determination was as strong as the ancient oak. Today we look back at the dawn of the Viking Age not just as a time of conflict, but as a period of great discovery. It was a time when the world was slowly expanding, when new ideas and goods began to flow between cultures. The legacy of those early days is still visible today in the many stories, traditions, and even the languages that we use. The Vikings, with their fearless hearts and adventurous spirits, remind us that the quest for knowledge and new experiences is a timeless human trait. This chapter, the very beginning of our journey into the Viking Age, sets the stage for all that is to come. In the next chapters, we will dive deeper into the lives of these people, how they built their societies, what they believed, and how they made a mark on history. For now, we take a moment to remember the simple yet powerful beginnings of a great age, a time when the call of the unknown was strong, and the winds of destiny carried a bold new world to the shores of Scandinavia. Thus begins our story, a story of courage, of hope, and of the relentless human spirit. As we leave behind the gentle mists of the early morning and step into the world of the Vikings, we remember that every great journey begins with a single step. And for the people of Scandinavia, that step was taken with eyes full of wonder and hearts full of dreams. In the rugged lands of Scandinavia, long before the bold seafarers set sail in longships, the people lived a life that was deeply connected to nature. The forests were dark and full of mystery, the mountains soared high into cloudy skies, and the cold, clear rivers cut through the land like silver threads. This was a time when every day was a struggle against nature, and every small victory was a cause for celebration. People in pre-Viking Scandinavia lived in small, tight-knit communities. They built their homes from the natural materials that surrounded them, thick logs, stones, and sometimes even turf. These houses were simple but sturdy, made to keep out the harsh winds and biting cold. Families often lived together under one roof, and the entire community worked as one to survive the long, dark winters. In these early days, life was all about cooperation. Neighbors helped one another with farming, building, and gathering food. The people of these lands were mostly farmers, fishermen, and hunters. They tilled the soil in small fields and grew grains such as barley and oats. They kept animals like sheep, goats, and cattle, which provided not only food but also wool for clothing and milk for daily nourishment. Fishing was a way of life too, as the cold rivers and coastal waters were rich with fish. Hunting in the dense forests brought meat, furs, and leather, which were used for clothing and tools. Every part of nature was used wisely and nothing was wasted. The climate was not kind. Winters in Scandinavia were long and dark, with snow covering the ground for many months. The days were very short and the cold could be harsh. During these times, people gathered around large fires inside their homes. They shared stories, sang songs, and passed on the knowledge of their ancestors. These evenings were filled with warmth and light, both literal and in spirit, as the community found strength in each other. In the summer, the days grew long and nature burst into life. The sun seemed to shine endlessly, giving time to repair tools, tend to fields, and celebrate festivals. These seasonal changes shaped every aspect of life. Before the age of daring voyages and famous raids, the people of Scandinavia already had rich traditions and beliefs. They looked to the natural world with deep respect and saw the divine in the trees, the rocks, and the rivers. Their gods and spirits were part of everyday life, guiding them through both good times and bad. Simple rituals and ceremonies were held to honor the forces of nature. Offerings were made to the land, the water, and the sky, in hopes of receiving blessings for a good harvest or safe passage through the winter. This early spiritual life laid the foundation for the myths and legends that would later inspire the Viking sagas. In the early days, the communities were ruled by wise elders. These leaders were chosen not only for their strength but also for their wisdom and fairness. They settled disputes and made decisions that affected everyone in the village. Meetings, called things, were held to discuss matters of importance. Everyone had a voice, and though decisions were made collectively, the respect for individual opinion was clear. This system of community decision-making showed that even in these simple times, people cared deeply about fairness and the well-being of all. Trade and exchange were also important in pre-Viking times. Although the people mostly depended on what the land provided, they soon learned that other communities had different goods and ideas. Simple trade routes were set up between neighboring villages and even with communities far away. A few valuable items like finely made metal tools or pieces of cloth could be exchanged for food or other resources. This early trade was not only about goods, it was also about sharing knowledge and customs. As people met and traded, they told stories of their own lands and learned about those of others. This early connection between different communities would later grow into the vast trade networks of the Viking Age. Daily life in these early communities was full of hard work and simple joys. In the fields, families would rise with the sun to tend to their crops. The work was tough and required constant care. Farmers plowed the fields with wooden plows and simple tools. They worked together during planting and harvesting, knowing that a successful crop meant enough food for everyone. In the forests, skilled hunters tracked deer, boar, and smaller animals. The hunters used bows and arrows, traps, and sometimes spears. The meat from the hunt was shared among the villagers, and any extra was preserved by drying or smoking for the long winter ahead. Children played an important role in these communities. From a young age, they learned the skills they would need as adults. Boys and girls both helped with daily chores. They learned to fish, to hunt, and to work the land. Their games were often simple and taught lessons about cooperation, bravery, and the natural world around them. The elders told stories of legendary heroes and wise gods, planting seeds of courage and honor in the young minds. These stories were passed down through the generations, preserving the wisdom and traditions of their ancestors. Craftsmanship was another cherished part of life. People made their own tools, clothing, and household items by hand. They learned skills from their parents and grandparents, using techniques that had been refined over many years. Wood carving, metalworking, and weaving were common arts in these communities. Every item had a purpose and every tool was a result of careful work. The simple beauty of these objects was a constant reminder of the resourcefulness and creativity of the people. Even in their everyday lives, they managed to find art and meaning in the work that kept them alive. One of the most important aspects of life in pre-Viking Scandinavia was the strong bond between people and the land. The natural world was not seen as separate from the human world. It was a part of every person's life. The changing seasons, the behavior of animals, and the flow of the rivers were all signs from nature that needed to be respected and understood. This deep connection to nature meant that every decision, every festival, and every ritual was designed to honor the earth. In a way, nature was both a provider and a teacher. Community gatherings and feasts were a highlight of life in these early times. When a good harvest was celebrated or a successful hunt returned home, everyone would come together to share a meal. These feasts were not only about eating, they were about reinforcing the bonds that held the community together. Music, dance, and storytelling filled the long nights, and laughter rang out under the starry skies. In these moments, all the hardships of daily life seemed to fade away, replaced by a shared joy and hope for the future. The simplicity of life in pre-Viking Scandinavia was marked by both struggle and contentment. The people had learned to live with little, finding beauty in the smallest details. A bright sunrise, the sound of a clear stream, or the gentle touch of a loved one. Their challenges were many, from the biting cold of winter to the unpredictability of nature. Yet they faced these challenges with a quiet strength and a deep belief in the cycles of life. This belief that hardship was only temporary, and that every winter eventually gave way to spring, became a guiding force in their lives. Over time, these small communities began to change. New ideas came in from travelers and traders, and the slow stirrings of adventure began to echo through the valleys and forests. The skills that had been honed over centuries of hard work, farming, hunting, craftsmanship, and storytelling, formed the bedrock of a culture that was ready to explore beyond its familiar borders. The very same respect for nature, the strong sense of community, and the deep-rooted traditions would soon give birth to the Viking Age. It is important to remember that the people of pre-Viking Scandinavia were not isolated. While they lived in small communities, they were aware of the world beyond their forests and fjords. The long winters often forced people to travel in search of better conditions or new opportunities. Even then, the simple trade routes and friendly exchanges introduced them to different cultures and ideas. These early contacts planted the seeds of curiosity and ambition. They sparked dreams of journeys to distant lands, setting the stage for the daring explorations that would come later. In this time before the great raids and long voyages, every day was a lesson in survival and hope. The people of pre-Viking Scandinavia learned to live in harmony with their surroundings, using the gifts of the land wisely and sharing all that they had with their neighbors. They celebrated every small victory, knowing that each one was a step toward a brighter future. Their way of life was simple but filled with purpose, and their stories, told around roaring fires on dark nights, would be remembered for generations. As we leave this period behind, we see a clear path leading from these humble beginnings to the great adventures that lay ahead. The hard work, deep traditions, and enduring spirit of the people of pre-Viking Scandinavia created the foundation for an age of exploration and change. Their lives, marked by both hardship and hope, remind us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to the most extraordinary journeys. In the quiet valleys and over the rugged hills, the legacy of these early communities remains. Their simple homes, their shared meals, and their deep connection to nature continue to inspire the stories of the later Viking Age. It was in this time of simplicity and hard work that the spirit of adventure was born, a spirit that would later set sail across the seas and change the face of Europe. Thus, the story of pre-Viking Scandinavia is one of endurance, community, and respect for nature. It is a story of how ordinary people, working together and dreaming big, laid the groundwork for one of the most remarkable periods in history. As we turn our eyes to the horizon and prepare to follow the footsteps of those brave souls who would later become known as Vikings, we carry with us the lessons of these early days. A deep respect for nature, the power of community, and the belief that every new dawn brings with it the promise of a better day. In the cold lands of Scandinavia, where winter winds howled and the nights were long, the people looked up to the sky with wonder and fear. They saw the world as full of magic and mystery, where mighty gods and powerful spirits walked among them. Norse mythology was not just a collection of old stories. It was a way of life, a belief system that explained the forces of nature, the cycles of life and death, and the meaning behind every hardship and joy. At the center of this belief system stood the great gods who lived in a realm called Asgard. These gods were seen as the rulers of the universe, each with their own power and purpose. Odin, the wise and mysterious All-Father, was the leader of the gods. He was known for his endless quest for knowledge, even sacrificing an eye to gain wisdom. Odin was not a gentle god. He was a seeker of truth and a fierce warrior, and he inspired both awe and fear. His presence was felt in every decision and battle, and his wisdom guided the people in times of trouble. Thor, the thunder god, was another favorite among the Norse. With his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, Thor was the protector of gods and men alike. He battled the giants who threatened the order of the universe, and his strength and bravery were legendary. The sound of thunder was often seen as Thor's footsteps, and people prayed to him for protection during storms and dangerous times. Thor's tales were filled with adventure, courage, and the belief that no challenge was too great when faced with determination and strength. Loki, the trickster god, brought both chaos and humor to the Norse pantheon. Unlike the other gods who represented order and strength, Loki was unpredictable and mischievous. His actions often led to trouble, but they also reminded the people that life was full of surprises and that not everything could be controlled. Loki's stories were complex, showing that even the gods were not perfect. He could be a friend one moment and an enemy the next, and his cleverness made him a key figure in many myths that explain the darker side of human nature. Freya, the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility, held a special place in the hearts of the people. She was seen as a gentle force who brought joy, passion, and life to the world. Freya was also connected to war and death, for she chose half of those who died in battle to join her in the afterlife. This dual nature made her both nurturing and fierce. In her, the people saw the beauty and pain of life intertwined, a constant reminder that love and loss often went hand in hand. The world of the Norse was not limited to the gods alone. It was filled with many other beings who played important roles in the daily lives of the people. There were giants whose size and strength made them both respected and feared. These giants were not always evil. Sometimes they represented the untamed forces of nature that the people had to live with and respect. Dwarfs, on the other hand, were known as skilled craftsmen. They created beautiful and magical objects, from weapons to ornaments, which were treasured by gods and mortals alike. The belief in fate or destiny was a strong part of Norse thought. The Norns, mysterious women who lived by the roots of the world tree Yggdrasil, were believed to weave the threads of life. They determined the fate of gods and humans, showing that destiny was a force that even the mightiest could not escape. This idea gave comfort to some and fear to others, for it reminded them that life was not always under their control. Yet the Norse believed that how one faced their fate was what truly mattered. Courage, honor, and the strength of one's spirit were seen as keys to a meaningful life, even if the end was already written. Rituals and ceremonies were important in the everyday lives of the people. They gathered to celebrate the changing seasons, to ask for good harvests, and to honor the gods who protected them. Offerings of food, drink, and even crafted items were given to the gods as a way of showing gratitude and respect. These rituals were simple but heartfelt. They took place around large fires, where the warmth of the flames chased away the cold and the dark. In these moments, stories of the gods were retold, and the bond between the community and the divine was renewed. Sacred places such as groves, springs, and large stones were scattered across the land. These natural sites were believed to be touched by the divine, and people often left small gifts or prayers in these spots. The earth itself was seen as alive and sacred. Mountains, forests, and rivers were not merely features of the landscape. They were homes to spirits and gods. This close relationship with nature helped the Norse to see beauty in the wild and to live with a deep sense of respect for the world around them. One of the most powerful ideas in Norse mythology was that of the afterlife. The Norse did not see death as the end, but as a doorway to another realm. Warriors who died bravely in battle were taken to Valhalla, a magnificent hall ruled by Odin. Here they would prepare for the final battle of the gods, a time when the world would be reborn from the ashes of destruction. Not all were destined for Valhalla, though. Some went to other realms where the journey after death was different. This belief in an ongoing life beyond the physical world gave the people comfort in the face of loss and hardship. Myths and legends were passed down through generations by word of mouth. Skalds, or poets, traveled from place to place, sharing the epic tales of gods, heroes, and the great deeds of the past. These stories were not just entertainment. They were a way to preserve the wisdom and experiences of those who had come before. In the flickering light of a fire, a young child would listen in awe to the adventures of Thor, the cunning of Loki, or the strength of Odin. Each tale carried lessons about bravery, loyalty, and the importance of living a good life, even when fate seemed harsh. The beauty of Norse mythology lay in its connection to the everyday world. The gods were not distant figures living in a far-off land. They were part of the same world that the people walked on. A farmer might see a glimpse of Odin in the wise eyes of an elder, or feel the protection of Thor in the sound of distant thunder. This closeness between the divine and the mortal made the myths real and powerful. The stories of gods and heroes were woven into the very fabric of life, influencing decisions, celebrations, and even the way people saw themselves. As time passed, the stories and beliefs of the Norse evolved. They absorbed ideas from the peoples they met through trade and travel. Even as the Viking Age began to shape the future of Scandinavia, the old myths remained a guiding light. They were the source of inspiration for warriors heading into battle, for traders setting sail across unknown seas, and for every person who dreamed of something greater than the everyday struggle. The power of these stories was that they could be told in many different ways, each retelling adding a new layer of meaning and beauty. In homes across Scandinavia, the lessons of Norse mythology were not confined to grand ceremonies or public feasts. They were part of daily life. A mother might tell her child the story of how Freya brought beauty to the world, while a father explained the importance of honor by recounting Odin's sacrifices. These tales helped shape the character of the people, teaching them that life was a mix of joy and sorrow, strength and sacrifice. They instilled a belief that every moment was precious and that every challenge could be met with courage. The gods, myths, and rituals of the Norse were more than just stories from a distant past. They were a living part of a culture that faced harsh winters, difficult work, and the uncertainty of the wild. In every decision, from the planning of a raid to the celebration of a harvest, the influence of these beliefs could be felt. They offered a way to understand the unpredictable forces of nature and the mysteries of life. The beauty of Norse mythology was that it provided answers to big questions, while also leaving space for wonder and mystery. Even today, the legacy of Norse mythology continues to capture the imagination of people around the world. The stories of Odin, Thor, Loki, Freya, and the many other gods have inspired art, literature, and film. They remind us of a time when the world was seen as a place of magic, where every sunrise was a gift and every storm a challenge to be met with bravery. The ancient beliefs of the Norse still speak to our modern hearts, urging us to seek wisdom, cherish our connections, and live boldly even in the face of the unknown. Thus, the myths and beliefs of the Norse were not only a way to explain the world but also a guide for living. They taught that life was a grand adventure, full of both light and darkness. The gods were seen as friends, protectors, and sometimes even teachers, offering help and lessons in equal measure. In a world where every day was a struggle against nature, these stories gave the people hope, a way to see beauty in hardship and a reason to keep moving forward. In this way, Norse mythology and beliefs were woven into the very fabric of Viking life. They were a source of strength in hard times, a spark of courage in battle, and a gentle reminder that even in the midst of cold and darkness, there was warmth to be found in the shared stories of gods and heroes. This deep, abiding connection to the divine was a guiding force, a beacon that led the people of Scandinavia toward a future filled with both wonder and challenge. In the lands of cold and rugged Scandinavia, the Viking people built a society that was as strong as the longships they sailed. Their society was full of life, work, and celebrations. In their villages, every person had a part to play. From the leaders who made important decisions to the families who worked the fields and fished in the sea, Viking society was a mix of many different roles and customs. The heart of the Viking society was the family and the community. Families usually lived together in long houses built from timber and stone. These long houses were not very large, but they were made to keep out the bitter cold of winter. Inside, families would gather around a large central fire that kept the house warm. The smoke from the fire escaped through a hole in the roof. In these long houses, parents, children, and sometimes even distant relatives all lived under one roof, sharing meals, work, and stories. The close bonds within a family were the foundation of Viking society, teaching young ones the skills they needed for the future. The leaders of Viking communities were respected elders, warriors, or chieftains. These leaders were chosen for their strength, wisdom, and fairness. They did not rule like kings in a far-off palace. Instead, they led by example and through the respect they earned from their people. Decisions were often made at local meetings called things. At these gatherings, free men would come together to discuss problems, settle disputes, and decide on the matters of the community. The idea behind these meetings was that every person had a voice and that the best decisions were made when many opinions were heard. This system showed that the Vikings valued fairness and community over the power of one person. Viking society was divided into different groups, each with its own role. At the top were the Jarls, who were noblemen and the wealthiest members of the community. They owned large farms and had many followers. Next came the Carls, the free farmers who worked the land, fished, and traded goods. The Carls were the backbone of the community, providing food and strong labor to help everyone survive the harsh climate. At the bottom were the thralls, or slaves, who were often captured in raids or born into a life of servitude. Although their life was hard, thralls were an important part of the community, doing the work that allowed the others to live and fight. Life for the average Viking was not easy. Every day the people woke up with the sun to work hard. Farmers would tend to their small fields, plowing and planting grains like barley and oats. They also raised animals such as sheep, goats, and cattle, which gave them milk, meat, and wool. Fishing was another important task, as the cold rivers and seas were full of fish. Every task was done with care because nature could be both generous and harsh. The people learned early that hard work was the key to survival in a land where the seasons could change quickly and without warning. women in Viking society played a strong and vital role. They were not only caretakers of the home and the children but also managed the household and even the family farms when the men were away. Women were skilled in weaving, sewing, and making clothes. They also prepared food and helped with farming tasks, showing great strength and wisdom. In many ways, the women were the heart of the Viking home, keeping the family together through long winters and hard times. Their skills were passed down from one generation to the next, ensuring that every new generation knew how to keep the family and community strong. The daily life of a Viking was full of simple routines that tied them closely to nature. Each day began with the chores of tending the animals, gathering water from nearby streams, and preparing food. In the morning light, men might set out to work in the fields, while women stayed at home to weave or cook. The children learned by watching their elders and helping with small tasks. Even play was a way to learn. Children played games that taught them about strength, strategy, and cooperation. This daily routine was a mix of hard work and small joys, as every meal and every moment of rest was appreciated in a world where nature could be both friend and foe. Food was a central part of Viking life. The Vikings grew grains, raised livestock, and fished in the abundant waters. They made bread from barley and oats, and they preserved meat by smoking or drying it. Dairy products like cheese and butter were common, and wild berries and herbs added flavor to their simple dishes. Meals were shared with family and neighbors, and food was seen as a blessing from the gods. In the long, dark winter months, a warm meal was a comfort that brought the community together and reminded them of the good parts of life, even during difficult times. Trade was another key element of Viking society. Although many Vikings lived off the land, they soon learned that trade was the way to get goods that were not available in their own region. They exchanged furs, amber, and crafted items for salt, wine, and fine cloth. Trading was not just about getting new goods. It was a chance to learn about other peoples and cultures. When Viking traders set out on their long journeys, they carried not only items of value but also stories and ideas from distant lands. This exchange of goods and knowledge helped to build connections between the Viking world and other parts of Europe and even beyond. The Viking society was also known for its strong sense of justice and law. Even in small communities, rules were made to protect everyone. Disputes were solved in the local thing, where wise elders would listen to both sides before giving a fair judgment. These meetings were not just for punishment but for teaching and keeping the community united. The laws were passed down from one generation to the next, and they helped to build a sense of order and respect among the people. Every year the Vikings celebrated many festivals and feasts. These celebrations were a way to mark the changing seasons, honor the gods, and remember those who had passed away. During the long summer days, people gathered to enjoy music, dancing, and storytelling. These feasts were lively events where food, drink, and laughter were shared freely. Even though life could be hard, the Vikings knew how to find joy in the moments of celebration. These gatherings not only strengthened family bonds but also united the entire community. Viking homes were simple yet full of character. The longhouse was the center of family life, a place where everyone gathered to eat, sleep, and share stories. Inside the longhouse there were few private spaces, but the closeness of the family was a source of comfort and strength. The walls were often decorated with carvings and symbols that told stories of the past, of battles fought and victories won. These decorations were a reminder of the family's history and their connection to the land and the gods. Even as daily life was filled with routine work, the Vikings also had moments of quiet reflection and personal time. In the quiet early morning or the soft glow of dusk, a farmer might sit by the river and watch the water flow, thinking about the future and the hard work ahead. These quiet moments were a time to connect with nature and with oneself. The slow, steady pace of life allowed the Vikings to appreciate the beauty of their surroundings, from the silent snow-covered forests to the sparkling streams that ran through the valleys. Social gatherings were an important part of Viking life. People would often meet in the village center or at the local thing to talk about the news, share plans, and enjoy each other's company. Storytellers, known as skalds, played a special role during these gatherings. They recited old sagas and heroic tales that had been passed down through the ages. Their stories were not only a form of entertainment but also a way to keep the history and the spirit of the people alive. The skald's words could inspire bravery in battle and hope in hard times, weaving together the past and the future in every verse. Work in Viking society was both a necessity and a source of pride. Every task, no matter how small, was done with care. Whether it was repairing a ship, carving a piece of wood, or cooking a hearty meal, each act contributed to the well-being of the community. The sense of responsibility was strong. People knew that their efforts helped to build a better life for themselves and for those around them. The satisfaction of a hard day's work was celebrated, and the fruits of labor were shared with everyone. The importance of education and skill was also evident in Viking society. While there were no formal schools as we know them today, children learned many skills by watching their elders. They learned how to hunt, fish, farm, and even how to read the runes carved into stone. These skills were seen as gifts that would help them not only survive but also thrive in a challenging world. The wisdom of the elders was passed down in stories and practical lessons, ensuring that each generation was better prepared for the hardships and adventures that lay ahead. In times of danger or war, the bonds within Viking society grew even stronger. The community would come together to plan for defense or to send out raiding parties. In these moments, every person's role became clear. The strength of a community was measured not just in its warriors, but in the support of every family, every farmer, and every craftsman. The spirit of unity was one of the key reasons the Vikings were able to overcome the many challenges they faced, from harsh weather to fierce enemies. As the seasons changed and the years passed, the Viking society grew richer in tradition and experience. The simple life of hard work, close family bonds, and shared celebrations built a strong community that could face the challenges of a wild land. In every home, in every gathering, and in every story told by the flickering light of a fire, the spirit of the Vikings shone through. A spirit of strength, unity, and hope for a better tomorrow. This chapter shows that the Viking way of life was not only about battles and long voyages but also about the everyday struggles and joys of living in a harsh yet beautiful land. Their society was built on the foundation of family, work, and a deep respect for nature and the gods. Even as they prepared to set sail on dangerous seas or march into battle, the Vikings never lost sight of the value of home, community, and the simple acts of caring for one another. The story of Viking society is a reminder that every culture, no matter how far away or long ago, was made up of real people with dreams, fears, and hopes. Their lives were filled with both the routine of everyday work and the excitement of adventure. In their simple, strong ways, the Vikings built a society that has left a lasting mark on history, a mark that continues to inspire people today. In the days of the Vikings, the sea was not just a body of water. It was a living path to new lands, treasures, and adventures. The Vikings built ships that were marvels of engineering, blending art with practicality. Their longships were light, fast, and strong, allowing them to travel along rough coasts, deep rivers, and the open ocean. These ships were the key to their power and success, and the secrets of their construction and navigation were guarded with pride. The story of Viking ships begins in the small villages of Scandinavia, where skilled craftsmen gathered wood from the vast forests. They chose strong timber from oak and pine trees, carefully cutting and shaping the wood by hand. In these early workshops, the knowledge of shipbuilding was passed from father to son. The techniques were simple but effective, and every plank had its own story. The builders used a method called clinker construction, where the wooden planks overlapped each other. This method gave the ship both strength and flexibility, allowing it to bend with the force of the waves without breaking. Once the wood was ready, the craftsmen set to work creating the frame of the ship. The frame was like the skeleton of a living creature, firm yet flexible. The planks were then nailed or tied together with strong rope made from natural fibers. The process was long and careful work. Every detail mattered because even a small mistake could mean the difference between a safe voyage and a dangerous one. In the cool light of dawn, the shipwrights worked together, their voices and hammers blending with the sounds of nature. This work was not only practical but also a kind of art, as each ship was built to be both beautiful and functional. The finished Viking longship was a sight to behold. Its long, narrow shape allowed it to cut through the water with ease. The low profile of the ship meant that it could be easily hidden among the waves or beached on a shore. The sail, made of wool or linen, was held high on a single mast. This large sail allowed the ship to catch the wind, turning a simple boat into a powerful vessel. In calm weather, the Vikings relied on oars to move the ship, and many men would row in perfect harmony. The rhythmic motion of the oars working together created a steady beat, a song of motion that echoed the spirit of adventure. Navigation was another secret of the Vikings' success at sea. They did not have maps or compasses like we do today, yet they sailed across vast oceans and unknown lands. Instead, the Vikings relied on the natural world for guidance. The stars in the night sky were one of their most trusted tools. By watching the patterns of the stars, they could tell which way was north and plan their routes accordingly. The North Star in particular served as a fixed point in the sky, a silent guide for those on long voyages. On clear nights, when the sky was full of twinkling lights, the Vikings would gather on the deck of their ships and look up in wonder. They believed that the gods themselves had placed these stars to lead them safely home. During the day, the sun and the weather also played important roles. The Vikings were very aware of the wind, learning how to work with it instead of fighting against it. They understood that a change in the wind could mean the difference between a smooth journey and a dangerous struggle. Even the clouds and the color of the sky were clues to the coming weather. These careful observations meant that a Viking captain or seafarer had to be part sailor and part weather forecaster. Every journey was planned with great care, and every voyage was an adventure filled with both hope and caution. One of the most exciting aspects of Viking seafaring was the ability to travel in both shallow rivers and the deep blue sea. The design of the longship was so versatile that it could glide through narrow river channels and then suddenly open up into the vast ocean. This flexibility allowed the Vikings to raid coastal towns, explore inland rivers, and trade with distant lands. The ship was both a tool of war and a vessel of commerce. When the Vikings set out for battle, the longship was a silent predator moving swiftly under the cover of fog or darkness. When they went on trade journeys, the same ship carried goods like furs, amber, and crafted metalwork to far-off markets. The skill of navigating these many waters was not learned overnight. Young Vikings would train for years, learning from experienced sailors. They learned how to read the sky, the sea, and the wind. They were taught the secrets of how to use the ship's design to their advantage. These lessons were given on the water with a sense of respect for the dangerous beauty of nature. The training was hard, but it was filled with stories of past voyages and the legends of great explorers. Every new sailor was reminded that the sea was both a friend and a foe, a giver of life and sometimes a force of destruction. A crucial part of the Viking navigation was the use of landmarks and natural signs. Although they did not have modern maps, they remembered the shape of the coastline, the position of fjords, and even the scent of the sea air. Sometimes they used simple markers like large stones or trees near the shore as guides. In some stories, it is said that the Vikings also used a sunstone to help find the sun on a cloudy day. This special stone was believed to help locate the sun's position, even when it was hidden by clouds. Whether by legend or by fact, this idea shows how resourceful the Vikings were in using every tool that nature provided. The longships themselves were like a home away from home. They were built to last long voyages with enough space to store food, water, and even extra clothing. The inside of a longship was simple and open, with room for the crew to sit and work together. There was little in the way of decoration, but the ship carried a sense of pride. Every scratch, every mark told the story of past battles, voyages, and discoveries. When a Viking sailor stepped aboard, they felt a connection with their ancestors, a feeling that they were part of a long and noble tradition. In times of celebration, the longship was even more than a tool of war or trade. It became a symbol of the Viking way of life. When a great journey was completed or a successful raid returned home, the ship would be decorated and admired. Families would gather around, listening to the tales of the sea, the brave deeds of those who rowed in unison, and the mysterious beauty of distant lands. The longship represented not just a vessel, but a way of life that combined courage, skill, and a deep understanding of nature. As the Viking ships sailed farther and farther from home, they brought back stories of new lands and exotic peoples. They encountered vast forests, strange animals, and cultures that were very different from their own. These voyages expanded the horizons of the Viking mind. Each new adventure was a lesson in bravery and ingenuity. The ships, built from the wood of Scandinavian trees and powered by human strength and the wind, were a bridge between the old world and the new. They carried ideas, customs, and sometimes even new words that would change the language and culture of the lands they touched. Even with all their skill and care, the Vikings knew that the sea could be unpredictable. There were times when storms would rise suddenly, turning calm waters into raging torrents. The mighty waves would crash against the ship, testing its strength and the resolve of its crew. In these moments, the Vikings relied on their deep connection with nature. They adjusted their sails, secured their oars, and prayed to the gods for safe passage. Their courage was tested time and again, and each successful journey added to their growing reputation as fearless seafarers. The lessons learned from the sea were passed down through countless generations. Stories of great voyages, narrow escapes from storms, and encounters with mysterious lands were told around campfires. Young sailors listened with wide eyes as the elders recounted the challenges and triumphs of their journeys. These stories were not just entertainment, they were valuable lessons. They taught the next generation how to respect the power of the sea and the importance of working together. They showed that every journey was a mix of careful planning, trust in one another, and a willingness to embrace the unknown. In the end, the story of Viking seafaring is a tale of human ingenuity and the unbreakable bond between people and nature. The longships and the art of navigation were more than just techniques. They were a symbol of the Viking spirit. They showed that even in the harshest of environments, human beings could find a way to not only survive but also to explore, trade, and create a lasting legacy. The sea, with all its challenges and wonders, was a partner in the great adventure of life. Every time a Viking ship set sail, it carried with it the hopes of a community, the memory of ancestors, and the promise of new discoveries. The ship was a symbol of freedom, a way to leave behind the familiar and seek out new possibilities. And even today, the story of these seafaring pioneers continues to inspire those who dream of adventure and long for the open water. In the cool, gray light of early morning, the sound of creaking wood and soft lapping of water filled the air as a Viking longship slipped silently away from its home. The early raids of the Vikings were not born out of cruelty alone but from a mix of need, curiosity, and the desire for new opportunities. In these first daring expeditions, brave men and even some women set out into the unknown. Their journeys, marked by risk and adventure, would soon change the course of history. For many in Scandinavia, life was simple but harsh. The cold lands offered limited resources, and the long, dark winters could leave communities struggling to feed their families. As the population grew and the land began to feel crowded, many looked to the horizon and wondered what lay beyond the familiar shores. In this time of uncertainty, a few bold souls decided that staying in one place was no longer enough. They built fast, strong ships that could ride the winds and cut through the waters like a knife. With these vessels, they set out not only to trade but also to raid, seeking wealth and a better life. One of the first and most famous recorded raids took place on the island of Lindisfarne in 793 AD. This small, peaceful island off the coast of England was home to a community of monks who lived simple lives, far removed from the hardships of the Nordic lands. The attack on Lindisfarne shocked the people of Europe. For the monks, the sudden violence was like a dark storm on a clear day. For the Vikings, however, it was a bold step into a larger world. They saw an opportunity, a chance to gather precious treasures, fine jewelry, and other items that would be valuable in their own lands. These early raids were not always planned with the idea of settling new lands. Sometimes the goal was simply to take what could not be easily found at home. The Viking raiders were not mindless savages, as later legends would sometimes suggest. They were skilled warriors and clever strategists. Before each raid, the leaders would gather their warriors and plan carefully. They chose targets that were rich and vulnerable: churches, monasteries, and small coastal towns that had little defense against sudden attacks. The element of surprise was their greatest weapon. The raiders would approach silently on their longships, their sails low against the horizon, making them almost invisible in the dim light of dawn. Then with swift and decisive action they would launch their attack. Their tactics were quick and effective. They would break down doors, grab treasures, and then retreat before any well-prepared enemy could mount a proper defense. The impact of these early raids was felt far and wide. For the people in the lands being attacked, the raids brought fear and confusion. Many communities had never before seen such sudden violence. The raiders did not always kill. Often their aim was to seize wealth and take captives. Yet the sheer shock of an unexpected attack left deep scars. In many parts of Europe, the raids forced local leaders to rethink how they defended their towns. Castles and fortified churches were built, and communities began to form alliances in the hope of protecting themselves against the fierce Viking warriors. Back in Scandinavia, the news of successful raids spread quickly. For many, the wealth brought back from these journeys was a sign of hope and possibility. A few precious coins or a chest full of silver could mean the difference between a cold winter and a warm one. These treasures were not only used for personal gain, they also helped to build the reputation of the Viking chieftains. Leaders who returned victorious were celebrated, and their fame grew with each new raid. The wealth they brought back also allowed them to build larger homes, equip their warriors with better weapons, and even sponsor more voyages. The early raids thus became a spark that ignited the spirit of expansion throughout the Viking world. The motivations behind the raids were many. While the need for resources was a strong driving force, another important factor was the culture of adventure and the honor associated with bravery in battle. In the Nordic lands, success in battle was a way to gain respect and status. A warrior who returned with treasures, or one who had proven his skill and courage in battle, was celebrated in songs and stories. These tales of valor spread from village to village and inspired many young men to join the ranks of the raiders. It was a way of life, a mixture of daring, honor, and the constant desire to explore new horizons. The early raiders also encountered new cultures and people during their journeys. In some cases, what began as a raid would turn into a long-term relationship with a foreign land. Captives might be taken back to Scandinavia and even raised as part of the community, learning the language and customs of their new home. In other cases, the raiders themselves would choose to settle in the lands they had visited, forming small communities that blended Viking traditions with local customs. These interactions, whether brief or long-lasting, helped to shape the future of many regions. They opened the door to trade and cultural exchange that would continue for centuries. Even though these early raids were often violent, they were also a time of great learning and adaptation. The Vikings, who had grown up in a challenging environment, learned from each journey. They observed the weapons and armor of their enemies, adopting and sometimes improving upon them. They noted the layout of the towns they attacked, learning which defenses were weak and which areas were most vulnerable. This knowledge made them even more formidable in future encounters. Each raid was both a test and a lesson, a step toward a greater mastery of not just warfare but also the art of survival in a complex world. The stories of these early raids were passed down through generations. In the long evenings by the fire, elders would recount the tales of brave warriors who had sailed into the unknown. These stories were filled with moments of danger and heroism, of narrow escapes and unexpected alliances. The details of battles, the clash of swords, the roar of shields, and the shouts of warriors, became part of the oral tradition. They taught young Vikings about courage, strategy, and the value of quick thinking. These narratives, although sometimes growing in the telling, were based on real events that had shaped the destiny of the Viking people. Over time, the initial spark of these raids began to light a larger fire. The successes and failures of these early expeditions set the stage for a period of dramatic expansion. The wealth and knowledge gained through raiding and trading allowed the Viking chieftains to plan even larger voyages. New longships were built, stronger and faster than before, and more men and women took to the sea. What had begun as small, daring attacks evolved into a widespread movement that saw the Vikings reach far-off lands, from the coasts of France to the rivers of Russia. For many of the raiders, the thrill of the journey was as important as the wealth they hoped to bring back. The open sea offered freedom, a chance to leave behind the routine of daily life and embrace the unknown. There was a sense of destiny in setting sail, as if the gods themselves were guiding them toward a greater purpose. This mix of adventure and faith gave the early raiders a courage that many admired and feared. They were not reckless, but they were driven by a deep belief that fate favored the bold. Their lives were a constant balance of risk and reward, and every voyage was a leap into the unknown. Despite the many hardships, the early raids brought change that went beyond treasure and conflict. They connected different parts of the world in unexpected ways. Traders began to follow in the wake of the raiders, eager to exchange goods and ideas. Local cultures that had once been isolated suddenly found themselves in contact with people from distant lands. In this way, the early raids were not only about taking but also about opening up new channels of communication. They set in motion a flow of culture, art, and technology that enriched both the Viking world and the lands they visited. The legacy of these early raids is complex. On one hand, they were violent and often brought great suffering to those who were attacked. On the other hand, they were a response to the difficult conditions at home, a way for the Viking people to secure a future for themselves and their families. The raids were a means of survival, of venturing beyond the limits of a challenging environment, and of testing the strength and resolve of a people determined to shape their own destiny. As the Viking raiders returned to their homes, they carried not only silver and gold but also the memories of distant lands. They spoke of strange customs, exotic foods, and new ideas that would slowly seep into the fabric of their own culture. These early encounters, though born of conflict, laid the foundation for a more connected and dynamic world. The bravery and resourcefulness of these early raiders, despite the harshness of their actions, eventually contributed to the rich tapestry of history. A tapestry woven with threads of adventure, resilience, and change. In the end, the early raids of the Vikings were much more than simple attacks. They were the spark that ignited an era of exploration and transformation. The raiders left behind a legacy that is remembered not only for its violence but also for its role in expanding horizons and bridging cultures. Their daring journeys into the unknown showed that sometimes, taking a risk can lead to a future that is brighter and more connected than anyone could have imagined. As the soft light of dusk settled over the Scandinavian shores, the memories of these early raids lingered like the gentle echo of distant drums. In every story told by the fire, in every old rune carved into a stone, the spirit of those brave early raiders lived on. They were the ones who dared to dream beyond the horizon, who faced the roaring sea with courage in their hearts, and who paved the way for a new age of discovery. The British Isles hold a special place in the history of the Vikings. Over many years, these brave seafarers set out from their cold Scandinavian homes to explore, raid, and eventually settle in the lands of England, Scotland, Ireland, and beyond. Their journeys left lasting marks on the culture, language, and laws of the British Isles. In this chapter, we will follow the footsteps of the Vikings as they crossed the sea, met new people, fought fierce battles, and learned to live in a foreign land. The story of the Vikings in the British Isles began with raids. Long before they settled, the Vikings were known as fierce warriors who struck suddenly and disappeared into the mists of the sea. One of the earliest and most famous attacks was the raid on the monastery at Lindisfarne in 793 AD. On that cold morning, the peaceful life of the monks was shattered by the unexpected arrival of longships. The sound of oars cutting through the water and the swift action of the raiders shocked the inhabitants of the island and the rest of Europe. This raid became a symbol of the Viking spirit, bold, ruthless, and full of ambition. The attack on Lindisfarne was not the only raid that brought the Vikings to the British Isles. Over the next decades, many coastal towns, monasteries, and small villages felt the threat of these sudden attacks. The Vikings often chose targets that were easy to surprise. They would approach silently in their longships and strike before anyone could raise an alarm. For the people living in the British Isles, these raids were terrifying. They brought great loss and many treasures were taken. However, these early encounters also set the stage for changes that would come later. As the raids continued, the Vikings began to see more than just opportunities for plunder. Some of the raiders started to notice that there were many good lands in the British Isles. Fertile soil, abundant water, and safe harbors made some areas attractive for settling. Slowly, the idea of moving beyond a simple raid began to take root. For some Vikings, staying in a place meant a chance to build a new life. One where the wealth gathered from raids could be used to farm the land, trade goods, and even build families. This change in thinking marked the beginning of a long period of settlement. When the Vikings began to settle, their lives changed in many ways. They did not abandon their old ways completely. Rather, they mixed their traditions with those of the local people. In parts of England, the area known as the Danelaw was formed. Here, the laws, language, and customs of the Vikings blended with those of the Anglo-Saxons. This mixture created a unique culture that was neither entirely Norse nor completely English. The new settlers built farms and small villages, often near the coast or along the banks of rivers. They used the skills they had learned in Scandinavia, such as farming, shipbuilding, and metalworking, and applied them in their new homes. The daily life of these settlers was a blend of old Viking traditions and the customs of the local people. In the beginning, life was hard. The climate and the unfamiliar land posed many challenges. The settlers had to learn which crops would grow in the new soil and how to build homes that could stand up to different weather conditions. They also had to learn the language of their neighbors, slowly mixing words from Old Norse with the local tongue. Over time, these communities grew stronger. They held meetings, celebrated festivals, and even began to intermarry with the native people. The influence of the Vikings in the British Isles could be seen in the art, architecture, and even in the names of places. One of the most remarkable things about the Viking settlers was how they adapted to life in the British Isles. Their longships, which had once been used solely for raids, continued to serve as important vessels for trade and travel. The seas remained a link between the old homeland in Scandinavia and the new lands in Britain. Trade routes were established, and goods such as furs, amber, and crafted weapons were exchanged for grain, cloth, and wine. This exchange brought prosperity to both the Viking settlers and the local communities. The blending of cultures created a network of ideas, art, and technology that enriched the region as a whole. The impact of the Vikings on the British Isles went far beyond battles and trade. Their art and language became a part of everyday life. Carvings, runestones, and intricate metalwork that once decorated Viking ships and homes can still be found in some parts of Britain today. Even the language was touched by the Norse tongue. Many English words, especially those related to everyday life, come from Old Norse. Words like sky, window, and egg are reminders of the Viking influence that lingers in modern English. In place names too, the Norse legacy is clear. Many towns and villages, especially in the north of England, have names ending in by or thorp, which come from the language of the Vikings. The Viking influence in the British Isles was not always peaceful. Conflicts and battles continued for many years between the settlers and the local rulers. The struggle for power often led to shifting alliances. Sometimes the Vikings fought against the Anglo-Saxons. Other times they joined forces with them. The political landscape of the British Isles was forever changed by these interactions. Over time, the old borders blurred and a new identity began to form. A mix of Anglo-Saxon and Norse traditions that would eventually evolve into the modern British nation. Despite the conflicts, there were many instances of cooperation and cultural exchange. In some regions, the Viking settlers and the local people worked side by side, sharing skills and knowledge. Farmers exchanged techniques for growing crops, while craftsmen learned from one another's methods of metalwork and carpentry. This sharing of ideas led to innovations that benefited both groups. The Vikings introduced new ways of building, and the local people enriched their own traditions with Norse designs. Over the generations, these exchanges created a vibrant culture that celebrated the strengths of both communities. One important aspect of the Viking legacy in the British Isles was their influence on law and government. The Viking tradition of holding things, or local assemblies, influenced the way people organized themselves. In these gatherings, free men and women would come together to discuss matters of importance, resolve disputes, and make decisions for their community. This system of local governance helped to shape the idea of democratic meetings that would later become a part of British history. The sense of fairness and community responsibility that the Vikings brought with them became part of the foundation of local law and order. The Viking legacy also lives on in the many legends and stories passed down through the generations. Tales of fierce warriors, clever leaders, and epic battles filled the evenings by the fire. These stories were told not only to entertain but also to teach lessons about bravery, honor, and the importance of standing up for one's beliefs. Over time, these legends mixed with the folklore of the local people, creating a rich tapestry of myths that continued to be told in various forms. The image of the Viking, a brave explorer with a strong sense of duty and adventure, remains an enduring symbol of courage and determination. For many in the British Isles, the influence of the Vikings is a source of pride. Today, festivals and cultural events celebrate this shared heritage. People visit ancient sites, museums, and reconstructed longhouses to learn about the history of the Viking Age in Britain. The legacy of the Vikings is honored in art, music, and literature, reminding us that even the fiercest warriors can leave a peaceful and lasting mark on a land far from their original home. The journey of the Vikings in the British Isles is a story of change and adaptation. It began with violent raids that shook the foundations of the old order, but it evolved into a period of settlement and cultural blending. The Vikings did not merely destroy. They built, shared, and left a lasting influence that can still be seen today. Their legacy is a reminder that history is not just a series of conflicts, but a story of people coming together, learning from each other, and creating something new in the process. In the soft glow of a setting sun, the longships of the Vikings would once again return to the shores of their new homeland. They carried with them stories of distant lands, treasures gathered from fierce battles, and the dreams of those who had crossed an endless sea. These ships, now symbols of both might and hope, became a link between the past and the present. The spirit of adventure that drove the Vikings to raid and settle in the British Isles lives on in the hearts of many who still explore and celebrate their shared heritage. As we reflect on the legacy of the Vikings in the British Isles, we see a picture of a time when the world was much more fluid, where boundaries were crossed with courage and the exchange of ideas was as important as the clash of swords. The Viking way of life, with its mix of harsh realities and enduring hopes, helped to shape a new cultural landscape, one that would influence the art, language, and customs of an entire region for centuries to come. This chapter shows how the Vikings, through their raids, settlements, and daily lives, became an integral part of the British Isles. Their influence remains visible in the way towns are named, in the words people speak, and in the laws that govern communities. More than just warriors, the Vikings were pioneers of change who forged a lasting connection between two very different worlds. Their journey from the cold lands of Scandinavia to the vibrant shores of the British Isles is a story of adventure, challenge, and ultimately unity. The Vikings did not only set their sights on the British Isles. They also sailed across the vast seas to reach the coasts of continental Europe. This chapter tells the story of how the Vikings made their way into Europe, the lands they touched, and the lasting effects of their journeys. Their incursions into continental Europe brought both fear and new ideas, and they left behind a legacy that can still be seen in many places today. In the early years of the Viking Age, the longships set sail from Scandinavian shores carrying warriors and traders alike. As these ships moved through the cold, dark waters, they reached the coasts of France, Spain, and even the northern parts of Italy and Germany. The people of continental Europe were not used to seeing such bold and fearless travelers. The sudden appearance of fast, sleek ships was a mystery and a threat to many of the local communities. One of the first regions the Vikings touched was what is now modern-day France. The coast along the English Channel, with its many small ports and towns, was attractive to Viking raiders. The wealth of the Frankish Empire, with its rich churches and prosperous towns, made it a tempting target. The Vikings used surprise attacks to capture treasures and goods. They would appear suddenly, strike quickly, and then disappear back into the sea before the local defenders had time to react. This method of hit-and-run raids struck fear into the hearts of many people. In some instances, the Vikings did more than just raid. They formed temporary alliances with local rulers. In return for peace or help in their own struggles, some Viking leaders were given land and titles. This was one way the Vikings began to settle in continental Europe. The region known as Normandy in northern France got its name from these Norse settlers. When a Viking leader made peace with the Frankish king, his people were allowed to live on the land and farm it. Over time, these settlers adopted the local language and customs, but they also kept many of their old ways. The blending of Norse and Frankish cultures created a unique identity that would have a long-lasting impact on European history. The Vikings in continental Europe were not only warriors, they were also traders. Their ships carried goods from far-off lands, and they traded items like furs, amber, and metalwork for wine, spices, and fine cloth. In the bustling markets of cities like Paris and Rouen, Viking traders became known for their skills and the quality of their goods. These trading ventures helped the Vikings build strong connections with the local people and leaders. In many cases, peaceful trade was as important as the raids. The exchanges of goods and ideas enriched both the Vikings and the European communities they encountered. While some parts of continental Europe experienced the terror of Viking attacks, other areas saw different kinds of encounters. In some regions, the Vikings acted as explorers and settlers. They built small communities along river banks and coasts, often in places that had not been heavily populated before. These settlements allowed them to live a more peaceful life while still keeping a connection to their adventurous past. In these new homes, the Vikings brought their skills in farming, shipbuilding, and metalwork. They built sturdy homes and helped to establish local markets. Their presence added a new dimension to the culture of the area, and the mixing of traditions created a richer way of life. The impact of Viking incursions in continental Europe was not limited to raids and settlements. Their presence influenced the local military strategies and the way towns defended themselves. The sudden, fast attacks by Viking longships forced European rulers to rethink their defenses. Castles were built and towns began to create more organized local militias. In some cases, old walls were strengthened and new watchtowers were erected along the coasts. These changes in defense strategies would shape European military architecture for many years to come. In addition to military changes, the Vikings also left their mark on the language and culture of the areas they touched. In many parts of Europe, local dialects absorbed words from the Norse language. Simple everyday words, especially those used in seafaring or trade, show the influence of the Vikings. Place names in certain regions still remind us of the Norse presence. Towns and villages may have names ending in by or toft, hints of the settlements built by Viking families. Over time, these small influences added up, creating a subtle but lasting legacy that would be part of local identities for centuries. The encounters between the Vikings and the people of continental Europe were not always peaceful. Battles and conflicts were common, and many stories of heroism and hardship were born from these clashes. In some regions, local heroes emerged who fought against the Viking raiders and became celebrated in the local folklore. These battles were often fought on open fields or along riverbanks, where the quick and agile Viking longships played a key role. The warriors on both sides learned from each encounter, and the techniques of battle evolved as a result. While the Vikings were known for their ferocity, they also had to adapt to the tactics of the European armies they met. In these conflicts, the mix of cultures sometimes led to unexpected alliances, where former enemies found common ground against a greater threat. Trade routes established by the Vikings in continental Europe opened up channels of communication that went beyond simple commerce. Ideas, art, and technology traveled along these routes. The Vikings themselves were fascinated by the art and architecture of the lands they visited. In return, European artists and craftsmen were inspired by the bold designs of Norse metalwork and carving. This mutual exchange helped to create a richer cultural landscape, where different traditions merged to produce new forms of expression. The legacy of this exchange is still visible in many of the artworks and architectural styles found in parts of Europe today. The story of Viking incursions in continental Europe is one of constant change. What began as a series of small raids grew into a complex pattern of conflict, settlement, trade, and cultural exchange. The Vikings were not simply invaders. They were also builders and traders. Their long ships carried warriors into battle and merchants into bustling cities. Their raids brought fear, but their settlements brought new life and opportunity. In many ways, the Viking incursions helped to shape the modern map of Europe by forcing regions to adapt and evolve in response to new challenges. As the centuries passed, the Viking way of life began to change. With the spread of Christianity and the growth of larger, more organized states, the era of raiding gradually came to an end. The descendants of the Viking settlers, however, continued to play an important role in the history of continental Europe. They became part of the local nobility, the merchants in busy market towns, and even the defenders of their new homelands. The legacy of the Vikings in continental Europe is one of transformation. A time when a fierce, adventurous people changed the course of history by reaching out beyond their own borders and leaving a mark on the lands they encountered. The story of the Vikings in continental Europe is a reminder of the power of human courage and the desire to explore the unknown. The bold decisions made by these seafarers, whether in the heat of battle or the quiet of a trading port, continue to inspire us today. Their ability to adapt to new challenges, to mix their old ways with the traditions of others, and to build a lasting legacy in foreign lands is a testament to their strength and ingenuity. As we look back on this period of history, we see a world where boundaries were crossed not just by force, but also by the free exchange of ideas and cultures. The Viking incursions in continental Europe set in motion a process of change that has helped shape the modern world. Their ships sailed not only to conquer and trade but also to create bridges between different peoples. In these connections there is a lesson for us today. A reminder that even in times of conflict, the meeting of different cultures can lead to growth, understanding, and a richer, more diverse society. In the soft glow of twilight along the European coast, the echoes of Viking longships can still be imagined. They were vessels of both war and peace, carrying the hopes of an adventurous people who dared to dream of a world beyond their own. Their story in continental Europe is one of daring, resilience, and the ability to change with the times. A story that continues to be told in the art, language, and traditions of the lands they once visited. Long before the idea of modern nations existed, the Viking spirit reached far to the east. While many remember the Vikings for their raids on Western Europe, a group of these brave seafarers set their sights on lands that are now part of Russia and the Byzantine Empire. These journeys were filled with adventure, trade, and even leadership in far-off lands. In this chapter, we follow the path of the Vikings who traveled east, exploring new routes along great rivers, forming new alliances, and leaving a legacy that would shape the history of both Russia and Byzantium. The eastern journey began much like any other Viking voyage, with a sturdy longship and a group of hardy sailors. In the cold, rugged lands of Scandinavia, many young men dreamed not only of wealth and glory but also of discovering new worlds. The rivers of Eastern Europe, such as the Dnieper and Volga, were like natural highways that connected distant lands. These rivers led through vast forests, open plains, and busy trading towns. For the Vikings, navigating these waterways was a challenge and an opportunity all at once. Unlike the quick coastal raids in the west, the journeys to the east were long and required careful planning. The Vikings needed to learn how to handle river travel, steering through winding channels and avoiding hidden obstacles. They had to adapt their shipbuilding skills to create vessels that could move smoothly in both the open sea and narrow, sometimes shallow rivers. Over time, these seafaring adventurers became experts in river navigation. They learned to use the flow of the water to carry them forward, much like a boat gently guided by the current. Their success in these ventures helped open up new trade routes that stretched from the Baltic Sea to the heart of Asia. In the cities and towns along these rivers, the Vikings met many different people. The eastern lands were home to Slavic tribes, Turkic peoples, and other groups with their own unique customs and languages. Initially, the Vikings were seen as outsiders, fearsome warriors with strange ways and bold ambitions. Yet, as they began to trade with local merchants and even work with local rulers, the Vikings slowly earned a reputation as skilled traders and warriors. They exchanged furs, honey, amber, and even crafted weapons for silk, spices, and precious metals. This trade was not just about goods. It was also about sharing knowledge and ideas. The exchange between the Vikings and the Eastern peoples enriched both cultures, creating bonds that went far beyond simple commerce. One of the most interesting aspects of the Viking Eastern ventures was their role in the early history of Russia. The Vikings, who were often called Varangians in these lands, became involved in the politics and warfare of the emerging states. They served as mercenaries, advisors, and sometimes even as rulers. In many cities, a small band of Viking warriors became the core of a new ruling class. Their reputation for strength and fairness helped them gain the trust of local people. One famous example is the legendary figure Rurik, a Viking chieftain who is said to have founded the first ruling dynasty in what would later be known as Russia. Rurik and his followers helped to establish order in chaotic times, laying the foundations for a state that would grow and change over many centuries. In the bustling trading centers along the riverbanks, life was vibrant and full of energy. Markets overflowed with goods from distant lands. The Varangians helped connect the trade networks of the north with those of the Byzantine Empire in the south. Goods such as furs, wax, and slaves traveled along these routes, making stops at trading posts where ideas and stories were shared. The Vikings' ability to move freely between different cultures allowed them to build bridges between people who might otherwise have remained isolated. In this way, the eastern ventures of the Vikings were not only about conquest or wealth, they were also about discovery and connection. As the Vikings traveled further south, their journeys eventually brought them to the great empire of Byzantium. The Byzantine Empire, with its grand capital of Constantinople, was a center of wealth, art, and learning. The Varangians were both admired and feared in this magnificent city. The Byzantine emperors valued the strength and loyalty of the Varangians. Many Vikings found a new life serving as elite guards, known as the Varangian Guard. These warriors were renowned for their bravery, skill in battle, and unwavering loyalty to the emperor. For many young Vikings, joining the Varangian Guard was a chance to see the world, earn great rewards, and even influence the fate of an empire. Life in Constantinople was very different from the rugged villages of Scandinavia. The city was full of bustling streets, impressive buildings, and a mix of cultures from across the known world. The Varangians, with their imposing presence and fierce reputation, became an important part of this diverse society. They brought with them the traditions and stories of their northern homelands, and in turn they learned about art, philosophy, and science from the Byzantines. This exchange of culture enriched both sides, leaving lasting impressions in art, language, and even military tactics. The Varangians helped forge a link between the wild spirit of the Vikings and the sophisticated world of Byzantium. Despite the many successes, the eastern journey was not without hardships. The long, often perilous travel on rivers could be dangerous. The Vikings faced unpredictable weather, enemy ambushes, and the constant challenge of unfamiliar terrain. Yet each obstacle only strengthened their resolve. They learned to work together, trust one another, and use every tool at their disposal, from keen observation of nature to the wisdom gained from local allies. These experiences taught them resilience and adaptability, qualities that would serve them well in every part of their lives. The interactions between the Vikings and the people of Eastern Europe also left behind a rich legacy. Over time, the Norse language and traditions blended with local customs. Many of the names of towns, rivers, and regions in Russia still hint at a Norse influence. Likewise, the skills of shipbuilding, metalwork, and even warfare that the Vikings brought with them became part of the local culture. The Varangian legacy is a reminder that even far from home, the spirit of the Vikings could inspire change and growth in new lands. For the local people of Eastern Europe and Byzantium, the Vikings were both a threat and a blessing. Their raids could bring destruction, but their trading and military skills often brought stability and prosperity. This dual nature of the Viking presence, both fierce and constructive, helped shape the course of history. In times of war, the Varangians stood as a formidable force on the side of local rulers. In times of peace, their trade helped to weave a network of commerce and ideas that spanned continents. The eastern ventures of the Vikings illustrate how a people known for their aggressive raids could also be great builders of bridges between cultures. Many centuries later, the stories of the Varangians still capture the imagination. The image of a Viking warrior sailing along a mighty river, or standing guard before the grand gates of Constantinople, is one that continues to inspire books, movies, and art. These stories remind us that the Vikings were more than just raiders. They were explorers, traders, and even statesmen. They traveled far from the cold lands of their birth and left behind a legacy that changed the world. Their journeys to Eastern Europe and Byzantium taught them many lessons about life, loyalty, and the power of cultural exchange. As we look back on these Eastern ventures, we see a picture of a time when the world was wide open, and the spirit of adventure was strong. The Vikings who traveled east were pioneers who dared to leave the familiar behind in search of new opportunities. They faced challenges with courage and built relationships with people who were very different from themselves. In doing so, they helped shape the history of nations and the flow of trade, art, and ideas across vast distances. The legacy of these Eastern journeys is still visible today. In Russia, the early rulers who were once Vikings set the stage for a rich and powerful history. In Byzantium, the Varangian Guard became a symbol of strength and loyalty that endured for generations. And throughout Europe, the mixing of Norse traditions with local customs left a mark on language, art, and culture that is remembered even now. The Eastern ventures of the Vikings are a testament to the idea that even the wildest dreams can lead to lasting change. Their journeys remind us that exploration is not just about finding new lands, but about connecting people in ways that enrich everyone involved. As the sun sets on the mighty rivers of Eastern Europe and the golden domes of Constantinople glisten in the twilight, the spirit of the Viking adventurers endures. Their hearts were filled with the same fire that drove all Vikings, to seek out new horizons, to build bridges between different worlds, and to write stories of courage that would be told for centuries. The Eastern ventures of the Vikings are a powerful chapter in a long and complex history, a chapter that continues to inspire those who dream of adventure, unity, and the endless possibilities that lie just beyond the known world. The story of the Vikings is not only one of raids and battles, it is also a story of trade and the exchange of ideas. As Viking longships sailed to distant lands, they carried more than just warriors and treasures. They carried goods, stories, and customs from Scandinavia and shared them with the world. In this chapter, we explore how the Vikings built vast trade networks that linked Scandinavia with Europe, Asia, and beyond. These trade routes helped to shape cultures and economies, creating bonds between different peoples that lasted for generations. In the cold, rugged lands of Scandinavia, natural resources were plentiful, but not all goods were available. The forests provided wood, the rivers offered fish, and the mountains hid precious metals. Yet items such as spices, silk, and fine glass were not produced at home. This need encouraged many Vikings to look beyond their familiar lands. They built fast, sturdy ships that could travel long distances, carrying not only warriors for raids but also merchants eager to trade. Their ships, celebrated for their speed and strength, became moving markets that bridged distant worlds. The Viking trade network was built on both overland routes and seaways. The longships sailed across the North Sea, the Baltic, and even deep into the rivers of Eastern Europe. Along the coasts of Europe, the Vikings set up small trading posts where merchants exchanged goods. They visited bustling towns and cities such as Dublin, York, and Paris, where they met local traders and learned about foreign products. The markets were full of a variety of goods. Furs, amber, honey, and even crafted jewelry from the north were exchanged for items like wine, olive oil, and luxury fabrics. Through these exchanges, the Vikings enriched their own lives and the lives of those they traded with. The trade was not just about goods, it was also a meeting of cultures. When Viking merchants docked in a foreign port, they encountered new languages, art, and ways of life. These interactions were opportunities for learning. A Viking might see a beautifully painted piece of pottery from the Mediterranean or hear a story from a merchant about faraway lands. In return, the locals marveled at the skill of the Scandinavian craftspeople and the design of their longships. This mutual fascination led to a flow of ideas and techniques. Over time, many Viking settlements in Europe began to blend Norse customs with local traditions, creating unique cultural hybrids. One important stop along the Viking trade routes was the Baltic region. The cold waters and numerous islands of the Baltic Sea were rich in amber, a fossilized tree resin prized across the ancient world. Amber was often called the gold of the north, and was used to make beautiful jewelry and decorative items. Viking traders would collect amber from the shores and exchange it in markets far away for silver coins, fine cloth, and even spices. This trade in amber connected the remote lands of Scandinavia with the grand trading cities of the Mediterranean. Another valuable commodity was furs. The Scandinavian forests were home to many animals such as bears, foxes, and wolves. The thick, warm fur of these animals was highly prized in colder parts of Europe, where the winters were long and bitter. Viking traders carefully prepared the furs and shipped them to distant markets. In return, they received goods that were not available in their homelands. These furs became a symbol of wealth and status, admired both in Scandinavia and abroad. The Vikings also played a key role in the exchange of technology and ideas. Their skills in shipbuilding were unmatched, and many of their techniques spread to other parts of Europe. The overlapping planks of the Viking longship, known as clinker construction, influenced shipbuilding styles in other regions. In markets and ports, Viking craftsmen exchanged knowledge with local artisans. This sharing of ideas helped to improve tools, weapons, and even methods of farming. The cultural exchange was subtle yet powerful. It paved the way for new ways of thinking and a greater understanding between different peoples. Trade routes also helped to spread religion and art. As Vikings traveled and traded, they encountered Christian, Muslim, and other belief systems. In some cases, this led to peaceful exchanges of religious ideas. Churches in Scandinavia began to adopt elements from continental art, and Viking runes were sometimes mixed with the symbols of other cultures. Artisans learned from each other, and the designs found on jewelry, weapons, and even everyday items began to reflect a blend of Norse and foreign styles. This fusion of art and religion created a cultural richness that would influence the region for centuries. One of the most significant trade hubs for the Vikings was the city of Birka in Sweden. Birka was a busy port where people from many lands met to exchange goods. Here, Viking traders could be seen alongside merchants from the Byzantine Empire, the Arab world, and even distant India. The city was a melting pot of languages, traditions, and ideas. The atmosphere in Birka was lively, with markets bustling with activity, and the sound of different languages filling the air. This vibrant exchange helped create a sense of unity among diverse people, showing that trade could be a force for peace as well as profit. As the Viking trade network expanded, it had a profound impact on the economies of many regions. In Scandinavia, the influx of foreign goods spurred local craftsmen to innovate and create items that could compete in distant markets. Wealth from trade enabled some Viking chieftains to build larger homes and support a more elaborate way of life. In other parts of Europe, the presence of Viking traders brought new styles and practices. Towns began to see improvements in infrastructure, such as better roads and stronger defenses, as the wealth from trade increased. The influence of the Vikings, though sometimes seen only as raiders, was also as traders who contributed to economic growth and cultural development. The journey of a Viking merchant was not always easy. The long distances, unpredictable weather, and occasional clashes with local powers made trade a risky business. Yet these dangers were met with the same courage and resourcefulness that marked all aspects of Viking life. When storms threatened to overturn a longship, the crew would work together, using all their knowledge of the sea and stars to navigate to safety. When conflicts arose in foreign markets, Viking merchants relied on their reputation for fairness and bravery to resolve disputes. Their willingness to face danger helped build trust with local traders, ensuring that the trade routes remained open even in turbulent times. The exchange of goods and ideas also paved the way for diplomatic relationships between different regions. Kings and chieftains began to see the benefits of peaceful trade over continuous conflict. In some cases, treaties were signed and local leaders invited Viking merchants to their courts. These meetings often resulted in alliances that lasted for many years. Trade became a bridge that connected rulers across different lands, fostering a sense of cooperation that transcended cultural differences. This cooperation was essential in creating a more stable and prosperous Europe, where ideas and innovations could flow freely. The legacy of the Viking trade networks is still visible today. Many modern European cities grew up around ancient trading posts where Viking merchants once set foot. The influence of the Norse language can be heard in everyday words in English, French, and other European languages. Museums across Scandinavia and Europe display artifacts that remind us of a time when longships sailed across vast waters, carrying goods that changed the course of history. The art, technology, and cultural practices that spread through these trade routes are a testament to the power of exchange and cooperation. In the end, the story of the Vikings as traders and cultural ambassadors is a reminder that history is not only about conflict. It is also about the human desire to explore, share, and connect. The Viking trade networks united distant lands and diverse peoples, creating a legacy of mutual respect and understanding. Even today, when we study the artifacts and stories from that time, we see that the Vikings were much more than warriors. They were builders of bridges between cultures. As the sun set over the icy waters of the north, the longships of the Vikings sailed home, laden with exotic goods and rich stories. These vessels carried the spirit of adventure, the courage to face the unknown, and the desire to learn from other cultures. They remind us that even in a world filled with conflict, there is always a chance for connection and growth. The trade networks of the Vikings are a shining example of how commerce and cultural exchange can build a better future. A future where different peoples come together, learn from each other, and create a legacy that endures through the ages. In the early days of the Viking Age, many journeys began with quick raids and fast escapes. However, as time went on, some Vikings decided to settle in the lands they visited. They built camps that slowly grew into lasting communities. These settlements were not just places to hide after a raid. They became homes, markets, and centers of culture. In this chapter, we explore how Vikings moved from temporary camps to full colonies, leaving a legacy that changed the face of many regions. When Vikings first landed in a new place, they looked for natural shelters and safe harbors. Often, the first step was to set up a small camp near the shore or along a riverbank. These camps were simple at first: tents, basic wooden huts, and open spaces where the warriors could gather. Over time, these temporary shelters turned into more organized communities as more people joined the newcomers. The decision to settle was not taken lightly. Many Vikings left behind their familiar lands in search of a better life, driven by a mix of necessity and the desire for adventure. The reasons for settling varied from one group to another. For some, the harsh winters and limited farming opportunities in Scandinavia made the rich, fertile lands of other regions very attractive. New territories offered fresh soil, milder weather, and abundant water sources. For others, the opportunity to live peacefully and build a future after years of constant raids was a strong motivation. In some cases, leaders negotiated with local rulers to gain permission to settle. These agreements often included promises of loyalty and help in local conflicts. In return, the Vikings were given land and protection. Once the decision to settle was made, the process of building a community began. The first settlements were usually small villages made up of a few families. They built longhouses similar to those back home, using wood, stone, and even turf to create strong, warm shelters. These houses were more than just a place to sleep. They were the heart of the community. Inside the longhouses, families cooked meals, shared stories, and planned for the future. As more people arrived, the village grew. New homes were built, and the community began to plan for common needs like storage, defense, and public gatherings. One of the most famous examples of Viking settlement is in the area now known as Normandy in northern France. In the early 10th century, a Viking leader made an agreement with the local king, and his people were allowed to settle in the region. Over time, the settlement grew and the Viking way of life blended with local customs. The people of Normandy came to speak a language that mixed Old Norse with the local tongue, and many place names still show this influence. The settlers built farms, churches, and towns that would grow into a powerful duchy in the centuries to come. This transformation from raiders to settlers is one of the most lasting legacies of the Viking Age. Settlements were not limited to France. In the British Isles, parts of Scotland, Ireland, and even England saw the rise of Viking colonies. In some areas, the Vikings founded towns that would later become important centers of trade and culture. These settlements often began near natural harbors where ships could come and go easily. Over time, the Viking settlers opened markets, built docks, and connected their communities with the wider world. Their influence can still be seen in the names of towns, local legends, and even in the local dialects of these regions. Building a settlement required more than just constructing houses. It was a full way of life that involved farming, trading, and learning from the local people. Many Viking settlers were skilled farmers who brought with them techniques for growing crops and raising animals. They cleared forests and tilled the land to make it suitable for farming. They planted grains such as barley and oats and raised livestock like cattle, sheep, and goats. These activities not only provided food but also created a stable economy that could support a growing community. Trade continued to play an important role even after settlements were established. In many cases, the Viking settlers maintained connections with their relatives back in Scandinavia. They sent goods and received supplies that were not available locally. This trade helped the settlements prosper, as local products were exchanged for exotic items from far-off lands. The mixing of goods also brought different ideas, art styles, and techniques, enriching the culture of the new communities. The markets of these settlements became places where people from various backgrounds met and shared their knowledge. The process of settling new lands was not without challenges. The Viking settlers often faced resistance from local populations who were not used to these newcomers. Conflicts sometimes broke out over land, resources, and differing ways of life. In many cases, however, the Vikings and the local people learned to coexist. Through intermarriage, trade, and negotiations, a unique blend of cultures emerged. Over generations, the differences between the settlers and the locals began to fade, replaced by a shared identity that drew on both traditions. This cultural blending created a new social fabric that was both diverse and strong. One of the key features of these settlements was the local assembly known as the Thing. Just as back in Scandinavia, the Thing was a place where free men came together to make decisions, resolve disputes, and organize the community's defense. This tradition of local governance helped ensure that every person had a voice. It was a way of creating order and fairness in a new and sometimes unpredictable environment. These assemblies laid the groundwork for systems of government that influenced future legal and social structures in many parts of Europe. Daily life in a Viking settlement was a mix of hard work and community joy. Every day, families rose with the sun to tend to the fields, care for animals, and repair their homes. Men might go out to hunt or fish, while women worked on spinning, weaving, and preparing meals. Children learned from their parents through simple, everyday tasks. Even though life was busy and sometimes harsh, there was time for celebrations and festivals. Seasonal feasts, public gatherings, and local competitions brought the community together and helped to pass down traditions from one generation to the next. Art and craftsmanship continued to flourish in the new settlements. The Viking settlers carried with them their love for carving, metalwork, and storytelling. Skilled artisans created intricate jewelry, weapons, and household items that not only served practical purposes but also carried deep cultural meanings. These objects were often decorated with symbols and patterns that told stories of battles, gods, and ancestors. In the homes and public spaces of the settlements, these works of art reminded everyone of their heritage and the strength that came from their shared history. As the settlements grew, so did their impact on the wider region. New villages developed into bustling towns, and some even became centers of learning and culture. The blend of Viking traditions with local customs created a dynamic society that was ready to adapt and grow. New ideas flowed into these communities, from the art and religion of neighboring cultures to advances in farming and building techniques. The settlements were not isolated. They were part of a larger network of trade and communication that connected different parts of Europe. This interconnection brought prosperity and led to further cultural exchanges. The legacy of Viking settlements is still visible today. In many parts of Europe, especially in areas like Normandy and the British Isles, the influence of the Vikings can be seen in place names, local folklore, and even in the layout of towns. Many modern cities grew out of these early communities, and the traditions of the Viking Age have left an indelible mark on the culture and identity of these regions. The spirit of adventure, the drive for new opportunities, and the willingness to blend different ways of life continue to inspire people today. In these new homes, the Vikings found a way to transform their lives from one of constant movement to one of stability and growth. They built walls and farms, held assemblies, and created traditions that would be passed down for centuries. These settlements were a turning point, not just for the Vikings but for the entire history of the regions they touched. They changed the course of local histories, turning battlefields into farmlands and temporary camps into thriving towns. The journey from a raiding party to a settled community was not a simple one. It required vision, hard work, and the courage to start over in a foreign land. Yet the Viking settlers showed that even in the face of challenges, a determined group of people could build a future that blended the best of both worlds. Their settlements became symbols of hope, progress, and the power of cultural exchange. They remind us that sometimes, the most lasting legacy is not the treasure taken by force, but the life built on cooperation, respect, and shared dreams. As the sun set over the new homesteads, the settlers gathered around their hearths to tell stories of their journey. They spoke of long, stormy nights on the open sea, of battles fought and won, and of the promise of a new beginning. These stories were more than just memories, they were lessons for the future. They taught the value of hard work, the strength of community, and the importance of holding on to one's heritage while embracing change. In this chapter, we see that the Viking way of life was not defined solely by conflict. It was also about finding a place to call home, about turning challenges into opportunities, and about creating a lasting legacy that blended different cultures. The transformation from temporary camps to settled colonies marked a new phase in Viking history, a phase that would influence the development of nations and shape the cultural landscape of Europe for many years to come. In the harsh and wild world of the Vikings, warfare was a way of life. Battles were not just about fighting for land or treasure, they were a test of strength, courage, and skill. In this chapter, we explore how the Vikings prepared for battle, the tools and weapons they used, and the strategies they employed in the heat of conflict. Their tactics and armaments were key to their success, and the echoes of their battles can still be heard in the stories passed down through generations. The journey into battle began long before the first clash of swords. Every Viking knew that being ready for war meant training, planning, and unity. From a young age, boys and even some girls were taught the skills they would need to defend their homes and honor their leaders. They learned how to wield weapons, to row a longship in unison, and to work together as a team. This early training built not only physical strength but also a strong spirit. The sense of duty and the honor of fighting for one's family and community became deeply rooted in Viking culture. One of the most important weapons in Viking warfare was the sword. A Viking sword was more than a tool. It was a symbol of status and bravery. Forged by skilled blacksmiths, these blades were strong, sharp, and beautifully decorated with intricate designs. A sword was often passed down from father to son, carrying the history of past battles. In combat, the sword was used for close fighting, its curved edge designed to slash and cut. The weight and balance of a Viking sword were crafted to be both deadly and elegant, reflecting the artistry and skill of its maker. Alongside the sword, the axe played a vital role in Viking battles. There were many kinds of axes, from small hand axes to large two-handed battle axes. The hand axe was versatile, used not only as a weapon but also as a tool in everyday life. In battle, axes were known for their power. A single blow from a heavy axe could break through armor or shields. The battle axe, with its long handle and massive head, was a fearsome weapon that required both strength and precision. Viking warriors often carried an axe as a symbol of their readiness to fight and their connection to the harsh, rugged lands they came from. Shields were another essential part of Viking warfare. Round and sturdy, the shield was a crucial tool for defense. Made of wood and reinforced with metal, Viking shields were carried by every warrior. They were not only used to block blows from enemy weapons but also to form a shield wall, a tactic where warriors stood close together, overlapping their shields to create a nearly impenetrable barrier. This formation showed the unity of the Viking warriors and their determination to protect each other. The shield wall was a powerful strategy, especially when facing a larger force. In the heat of battle, the clanging of shields and the coordinated movement of the warriors created a formidable defense that could turn the tide of a fight. Spears were also widely used by the Vikings. These long, pointed weapons were both for throwing and for thrusting during close combat. A well-aimed spear could keep an enemy at a distance, or in a crowded battle it could be used to strike with precision. The versatility of the spear made it a favorite among many warriors. Unlike the heavier sword or axe, a spear allowed a fighter to use both hands, offering greater control and reach. Many Viking spears had iron tips that were carefully shaped to maximize damage, and some even had decorative features that reflected the warrior's pride and identity. The Vikings were not only skilled with individual weapons, they were masters of battlefield strategy. One of their most famous tactics was the hit-and-run raid. Rather than engaging in long, drawn-out battles, Viking warriors would launch a swift attack, grab what they needed, and quickly retreat before the enemy could regroup. This tactic took advantage of their speed and mobility, which were unmatched by many of their foes. The surprise element was a key factor in these attacks. By striking suddenly and then disappearing into the mists or hiding among the trees, the Vikings often left their enemies confused and unprepared. When battles did occur on larger scales, the Vikings relied on careful planning and coordination. Leaders would gather their warriors and discuss the best strategies for the fight ahead. The battle lines were drawn and every warrior knew his role. Some were assigned to the front, where the clash of shields and weapons was fiercest. Others stayed on the flanks, ready to support and cover any weaknesses in the line. This division of roles ensured that the Viking force acted as one united body. The concept of teamwork was at the core of their strategy, and even the smallest mistake could have serious consequences in the chaos of battle. Viking warfare was not only about brute force, it also involved clever tricks and careful deception. Some raids were planned to create confusion among the enemy. Warriors might use feints, pretending to retreat only to turn back and launch a counterattack when the enemy's guard was down. In some battles, the Vikings would send small groups ahead to create distractions, drawing the enemy away from the main force. These tactics required not only physical strength but also quick thinking and the ability to read the battlefield. The use of strategy and deception often gave the Vikings an edge over larger, better-equipped armies. The environment also played a role in Viking warfare. The rugged terrain of the lands they fought in, dense forests, rolling hills, and winding rivers, became a natural ally. Vikings knew how to use the landscape to their advantage. In ambushes, they would hide in the shadows of trees or behind rocks, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Rivers and streams sometimes acted as natural barriers, slowing down enemy movements and giving the Vikings time to plan their next move. This deep understanding of nature was a constant theme in Viking life. The same forces that shaped the rugged Scandinavian lands also influenced the way the warriors fought and strategized. Preparation for battle went beyond physical training and weapon making. The Vikings believed that the gods played a crucial role in the outcome of a fight. Before a battle, many warriors would perform rituals and offer prayers to the gods. They believed that these acts of devotion would bring favor and strength in the heat of conflict. Sacrifices, sometimes of animals or valuable items, were made to seek the blessing of the gods. This spiritual preparation was as important as the sharpening of weapons. It gave the warriors a sense of purpose and a connection to the divine, fueling their courage even in the face of overwhelming odds. The tales of Viking battles are filled with moments of both triumph and sorrow. The clash of weapons, the roar of the warriors, and the cries of the fallen are remembered in the sagas and songs that have been passed down through the ages. These stories are not just about victory or defeat, they are about the human spirit. They tell of warriors who fought with honor, who showed bravery even when the outcome was uncertain, and who never lost sight of their duty to their family and community. In these tales, the battlefield is a place where the true character of a man is revealed. The art of Viking warfare was also reflected in their use of symbols and decorations on their weapons and shields. Many shields were painted with bright colors and patterns, each design holding special meaning. Some warriors believed that these images would protect them in battle, warding off evil or marking them as part of a noble clan. Similarly, swords and axes were often inscribed with runes, mysterious symbols that were thought to carry magical power. These runes not only added beauty to the weapons but also served as a connection to the rich traditions and beliefs of the Viking people. Even though battles were fierce and dangerous, the end of a conflict was often followed by acts of respect. In many cases, when the fighting was over, Enemies would exchange words or even gifts. This gesture of respect was a reminder that even in war, there could be honor and dignity. The warriors recognized that each battle was a shared human experience, one that connected them in a cycle of life, death, and remembrance. As the days passed and the battles were fought, the lessons of Viking warfare were etched into the hearts and minds of those who survived. Each victory brought pride, and each loss carried a lesson for the future. The skills honed on the battlefield were passed down through generations, ensuring that the legacy of the Viking warrior would never be forgotten. The art of war, with its mix of strength, strategy, and spirit, became a central part of the Viking identity. The legacy of Viking warfare lives on in the many stories, sagas, and legends that celebrate the bravery and skill of these ancient warriors. Their tactics and weapons have influenced many later cultures and armies, and the image of the Viking warrior, shield in hand, eyes full of determination, remains a powerful symbol of courage and resilience. In every carved rune, in every ancient artifact found in a burial mound, the spirit of the Viking battle endures. This chapter on Viking warfare shows us that fighting was not just about conflict. It was about survival, honor, and the will to protect one's home and community. The tools they used, the strategies they devised, and the unity they showed in battle were all part of a larger story of a people who dared to stand against the odds. Their legacy teaches us that even in the chaos of war, there is beauty in skill, courage, and the bond between warriors who fight side by side. As we close this chapter, the echoes of clashing shields and the memory of brave deeds fade into the mists of time. Yet the lessons of Viking warfare continue to inspire. A reminder that the art of battle is not only a struggle for survival but also a testament to the human spirit and the enduring power of unity and honor. In the vast and stormy world of the Vikings, there were many leaders and heroes whose names shone like beacons in the darkness. These were the people who led their bands into battle, who made daring decisions, and who earned the respect of friends and foes alike. They were not just warriors. They were wise leaders, clever negotiators, and storytellers who inspired others with their courage and determination. In this chapter, we will explore the lives of some of these prominent figures and understand how they helped shape the Viking Age. Many of the heroes of the Viking Age were born into families known for their strength and honor. From a young age, they were taught that a true leader must be brave, wise, and kind. Their lessons came not only from their parents but also from the stories of ancestors. Tales of battles fought, storms weathered, and the lasting power of loyalty. In the cold, harsh lands of Scandinavia, where survival was a daily challenge, these qualities were more than just virtues. They were the keys to life. One of the most legendary leaders among the Vikings was a man whose name echoed through the sagas: Ragnar Lothbrok. Although many details of his life have become mixed with myth over time, Ragnar is remembered as a fearless warrior and a brilliant strategist. He is said to have led numerous successful raids into the lands of England and France. According to the old stories, Ragnar was a man who embraced both the wild spirit of the sea and the wisdom of the old ways. His decisions in battle were bold, yet he cared deeply for his people. His story was told around longhouse fires, where his daring exploits encouraged young warriors to dream of glory and honor. Another great figure in Viking lore was Bjorn Ironside, believed to be one of Ragnar Lothbrok's sons. Bjorn earned his nickname because of his legendary strength and his unyielding nature in battle. He was known for his iron will and his fearless heart. Bjorn led his warriors on long voyages, reaching as far as the Mediterranean, where he encountered different cultures and brought back stories of strange lands. His life showed that a true hero is not afraid to venture into the unknown. Bjorn's adventures, marked by both success and hardship, inspired others to push past their limits and explore the world beyond their homelands. As time went on, the Viking world saw many leaders who left their mark in different ways. One such leader was Ivar the Boneless. His unusual nickname came from the fact that he was believed to have had a condition that made his body weak in some way. Yet Ivar's mind was sharp and his ability to lead was unmatched. He was a master of strategy and used his cleverness to win battles even when his forces were small. Ivar's story reminds us that physical strength is only one part of what makes a hero. Sometimes wisdom and determination are even more important. Not all the heroes of the Viking Age were warriors on the battlefield. Some earned fame through their skills in leadership, diplomacy, and even trade. For example, King Harald Fairhair is often remembered as the first king to unite much of Norway. Harald's dream was to bring together many small chieftaincies under one rule. Through both force and negotiation, he managed to unite scattered clans, creating a sense of national identity that would last for centuries. Harald's reign was not only marked by military success but also by efforts to bring order and law to his people. His legacy shows that great leadership means bringing people together for a common purpose. Another influential figure was Rollo, a Viking leader who ventured into what is now modern-day France. Rollo became the founder of the region known as Normandy after making an agreement with the Frankish king. This agreement allowed Rollo and his followers to settle on land in exchange for protection and loyalty. In time, the Viking way of life mixed with the local customs, and Rollo's people grew to become a powerful force in European history. His story illustrates how a warrior can also be a builder of peace and a creator of new communities. Through his leadership, the harsh legacy of raids transformed into a legacy of settlement and cooperation. Women also played important roles as leaders and heroes in Viking society. Though the stories of women from this time are less numerous, many sagas mention shield maidens, women who fought alongside men and took part in battles. One such figure was Lagertha, a brave and skilled warrior who became famous for her strength and loyalty. Lagertha was not only a fighter, she was a leader who inspired those around her with her courage and wisdom. Her story shows that heroism in the Viking Age was not limited by gender. Women, too, held the power to influence battles, shape decisions, and guide their communities through difficult times. The lives of these leaders were filled with challenges that tested their character and resolve. The harsh climate of Scandinavia, the constant threat of enemy raids, and the struggles of building a community in a world of uncertainty meant that every decision carried great weight. Many Viking leaders spent years traveling between lands, forging alliances and facing enemies both on the battlefield and in the halls of power. Their journeys were not always successful. Many faced defeats, personal losses, and moments of doubt. However, what set these heroes apart was their ability to learn from their failures. Each setback became a lesson, and each victory added to their legend. A key part of what made these leaders so memorable was the deep bond they shared with their followers. In Viking society, loyalty was treasured above all else. A true leader did not rule by fear but by earning the respect of his or her people through fairness, bravery, and a sense of duty. This bond was often celebrated in the grand feasts and gatherings held after battles. At these celebrations, warriors would sing songs and recite stories of their leaders' deeds, ensuring that the legacy of their hero lived on. These oral traditions, passed down from one generation to the next, kept the memory of great leaders alive long after they had departed from this world. The icons of the Viking Age were not only known for their military prowess, they were also celebrated for their ability to bridge different cultures. Many Viking leaders were open to new ideas and were willing to adapt to the lands they conquered. Their willingness to learn from the people they encountered allowed them to form alliances and build communities that were rich in both tradition and innovation. This blending of cultures is one reason why the influence of the Vikings is still felt today. The leaders who once commanded longships and battle cries helped to shape a world where different peoples could come together, share their knowledge and build something new. Even though many of these prominent figures have become legends, their real lives were filled with everyday struggles, dreams and hopes. They were men and women who cared deeply about their families, who worked hard to ensure the safety and prosperity of their people, and who faced each day with a mix of determination and hope. Their stories remind us that history is made by ordinary people who rise to extraordinary challenges. In the great tapestry of the Viking Age, the icons of the time, whether mighty warriors like Ragnar and Bjorn, clever strategists like Ivar, unifying kings like Harald Fairhair, or inspiring shield maidens like Lager, each played a vital role in shaping their world. They were the ones who led by example, whose actions brought both honor and progress to their communities. Their lives were interwoven with the myths and songs that would echo through the ages, ensuring that their legacies continue to inspire and teach lessons of courage, wisdom, and the power of unity. As the longships sailed into the mists of history, leaving behind traces of blood, honor, and adventure, the stories of these leaders became more than just tales of war. They became symbols of hope and resilience, a reminder that in the face of adversity, a determined heart and a united people can overcome even the greatest challenges. The icons of the Viking Age, with all their strengths and flaws, remain eternal figures in the saga of human achievement, teaching us that true heroism is found not in perfection, but in the willingness to stand up for one's beliefs and to forge a future with honor and compassion. In the world of the Vikings, women played an important role. Their work and wisdom helped shape families, communities, and even the fate of entire regions. Though the tales of battles and raids often focus on warriors and chieftains, the true strength of Viking society was built on the hard work, courage, and cleverness of its women. In this chapter, we explore the many roles women held, from caring for families and managing farms to leading in times of crisis and even fighting alongside men. Every day in a Viking village began before the sun rose. While the men prepared for work or battle, the women took care of the home. They cooked, cleaned, and sewed, ensuring that everyone had food and warm clothes for the long, cold winters. Women gathered berries and herbs from the forests, and they helped in the fields when the season was right. They raised children and passed on stories and traditions that connected them to their past. Their work was hard and steady, and though it often went unseen by outsiders, it was the backbone of Viking life. Women were also very involved in farming. In many Viking households, women managed small gardens and kept animals like chickens, goats, and even a few cows. They knew which herbs could heal a wound and which plants could soothe an upset stomach. With knowledge passed down through generations, these women became experts in both the natural world and the craft of preparing medicines from the land. Their wisdom about nature not only kept their families healthy but also connected them deeply with the land they lived on. In addition to caring for the home and farm, Viking women played a key role in business and trade. Markets in Viking towns were lively places where goods were exchanged, and women were active participants. They sold woven cloth, handmade pottery, and carefully prepared food. In some cases, women even traded items directly with foreign merchants who visited their towns. Their skills in negotiation and their friendly manner helped build networks of trust. In these ways, women were both caretakers of their families and important players in the local economy. Beyond the everyday tasks, some Viking women held positions of power and respect in their communities. In times of conflict or when a chieftain was away, women sometimes took charge of running the household or even the village. They were responsible for managing the resources and ensuring that the community was well prepared for whatever challenges might come. Leaders in Viking society were chosen for their wisdom, and women who had proven their skills in managing a home and a farm could gain great respect. Their decisions helped keep the community united and strong, even when danger lurked on the horizon. There are many stories in the sagas that tell of shield maidens, women who fought bravely in battle alongside men. Although these accounts were not always common in written records, many legends celebrate the image of a warrior woman who defended her people with as much determination as any man. These stories remind us that, in Viking culture, courage was not limited by gender. Some shield maidens are said to have worn armor and carried weapons, showing that the spirit of a warrior can be found in anyone who is ready to defend what is dear. While it is hard to know how many women actually fought in battles, the very idea of a female warrior has inspired many generations, proving that bravery and honor are qualities that can flourish in anyone. The role of women in religious life was also significant. In the Old Norse belief system, the divine was present in all parts of life, and women often played key roles in rituals and ceremonies. They tended to the sacred groves, cared for the temples, and sometimes served as seers who could interpret the will of the gods. Their prayers and sacrifices were seen as important offerings to ensure good harvests and safe journeys. By keeping the spiritual traditions alive, women helped to pass on the values and stories that defined Viking culture. Their connection to the gods was a reminder that every member of the community, regardless of gender, had a part in the balance of nature and fate. Marriage and family life were also areas where Viking women shone. In these partnerships, women were not simply seen as wives or mothers. They were regarded as equals who brought wisdom, stability, and strength to the family unit. Marriages were often arranged to create alliances between families, and the bond between husband and wife was built on mutual respect. Women managed household finances, made decisions about the upbringing of children, and even influenced the political ties between families. The home was their kingdom, and through their everyday actions, they ensured that traditions were maintained and that the family's honor was preserved. Even during times of hardship and conflict, Viking women found ways to show resilience. When raids disrupted the peace or when a battle claimed the lives of many men, women had to step into roles that were once thought to be reserved for warriors. They organized the care of the wounded, made difficult decisions about the future of their homes, and sometimes led their people through crises. In these moments, their strength and resourcefulness shone brightly. They managed to keep the spirit of their community alive, even as they faced loss and uncertainty. Their ability to endure and to rebuild provided the stability that allowed Viking society to continue flourishing. In some regions, the influence of women even extended into the political realm. There are accounts of noble women who, after the death or disappearance of their husbands, took on leadership roles. They negotiated treaties, defended lands, and sometimes acted as regents for their young sons. Their leadership was recognized by both their own people and by neighboring communities. Such women were remembered for their wisdom and for the care they took in guiding their people through turbulent times. Their stories, though less common than those of the male chieftains, offer a powerful testament to the many ways in which Viking women helped shape history. It is important to note that while many Viking women enjoyed significant respect and power, life was not without its challenges. The harsh climate, the constant threat of raids, and the demands of daily survival meant that every day was a struggle. Yet even in these difficulties, women found strength in community and in the bonds of family. They relied on one another for support, shared tasks, and divided responsibilities so that no one was left to bear the burden alone. Their cooperation and solidarity created a network of care that allowed Viking communities to survive and even thrive under challenging conditions. The stories of Viking women have been passed down through generations in the form of sagas, songs, and oral traditions. These tales, while sometimes mixed with myth, contain kernels of truth about the real lives of these women. They speak of love and loss, of daily work and epic courage, and of a world where every member of the community had a role to play. The legacy of these women is visible today in the many artifacts found in burial mounds, in the runestones that stand in quiet fields, and in the enduring respect for the Viking way of life. Their contributions are a reminder that history is not made by a single type of person but by all those who come together to build a community. The impact of Viking women continues to be felt in modern times. Scholars and historians now pay closer attention to the lives of women in the Viking Age, uncovering details that had been overlooked in the past. Museums display tools, jewelry, and household items that show the artistry and skill of Viking women. Festivals and reenactments celebrate not only the battles and voyages of the men but also the everyday heroism of women who nurtured families, led communities, and kept the traditions alive. In this way, the true spirit of the Viking Age, a spirit of resilience, creativity, and unity, lives on in the stories of its women. In conclusion, the role of women in Viking society was rich and varied. They were the caretakers, the farmers, the traders, the ritual keepers, and sometimes even the warriors. Their lives were a blend of everyday work and extraordinary courage, a balance that helped Viking communities endure in a harsh and unpredictable world. By taking care of the home, managing resources, and guiding the next generation, Viking women provided the strength and stability that allowed their people to explore, trade, and build new lives in distant lands. Their legacy is a lasting reminder that true power is not measured only by the strength of one's arm, but by the wisdom, love, and determination that fills the heart. In the rugged lands of Scandinavia, where nature shaped every stone and tree, the Vikings found beauty and meaning in art and craft. Their creative expressions were not merely decoration but a way to tell their stories, honor their gods, and connect with the world around them. In this chapter, we explore the colorful world of Viking art, from the mysterious runes carved in stone to the delicate ornamentation on weapons and everyday items. Viking art was all around them. On the walls of their longhouses, on the shields carried into battle, and on the objects used in daily life, designs and patterns told stories that reached back to ancient times. Many of these designs were inspired by nature. Twisting vines, roaring animals, and powerful symbols that represented the forces of the universe. Every carving and decoration was a blend of beauty and meaning. The Vikings believed that art could capture the spirit of the gods and the energy of nature, and so every piece of work was made with great care. One of the most famous aspects of Viking art is the use of runes. Runes are characters in the runic alphabets, a writing system used by the Norse people long before the Latin alphabet became common in Scandinavia. Each rune was believed to have a power of its own, a special meaning that went beyond just sound. Carved on stones, weapons, and jewelry, runes were a way for the Vikings to communicate messages, record important events, or even cast protective spells. A runestone might tell the story of a brave warrior who died in battle, or it might be a memorial to a loved one, with runes arranged in patterns that were as beautiful as they were meaningful. The creation of runestones was a careful process. A skilled carver would choose a smooth, flat stone from the land and use simple tools to etch the runes into its surface. This work was done slowly and with great respect, as it was believed that the stone would carry the words and the power of the message for generations. Often, the runes were arranged in long, winding bands that flowed across the stone, interweaving with other decorative patterns. These designs were not random. They followed traditional rules passed down through many years. Young carvers learned their craft by watching the elders, absorbing both the technique and the deep meanings behind each symbol. Beyond runes, the Vikings were famous for their intricate carvings and woodwork. Wood was abundant in the Scandinavian lands, and skilled artisans turned it into art that decorated everything from ships to household items. The longships, the mighty vessels that carried Vikings on their epic journeys, were decorated with carved figureheads. These figureheads, often shaped like dragons or serpents, were not only meant to frighten enemies but also to protect the ship and its crew on dangerous voyages. The swirling patterns on the wood, known as interlace or knotwork, were a signature of Viking style. They represented continuity and the eternal cycle of life, reminding the people of the unending connection between the past, present, and future. Metalwork was another important part of Viking art. Blacksmiths in the Viking Age were highly respected for their skill. They forged weapons, tools, and ornaments with a combination of strength and artistry. Swords and axes were not just instruments of battle. They were masterpieces of craftsmanship. The hilts and pommels of these weapons were often decorated with engraved patterns or inlaid with precious metals. In some cases, runes were also inscribed on the blades, believed to enhance their power or to bless the warrior who wielded them. These decorated weapons were passed down as family heirlooms and served as a reminder of the warrior's honor and the legacy of his ancestors. Jewelry and personal adornment were also highly valued in Viking society. People wore brooches, arm rings, necklaces, and beads, not only for beauty but also as symbols of status and identity. Jewelry was often made from bronze, silver, or gold, and was decorated with intricate patterns similar to those seen in wood and metalwork. Some pieces featured animal motifs or runic inscriptions, making them unique tokens of personal belief and tradition. For many Vikings, wearing such ornaments was a way to carry a piece of their culture with them, whether they were at home, trading in a busy market, or even setting sail on a long journey. The artistry of the Vikings extended to everyday objects as well. Items like combs, drinking horns, and even simple household tools were often decorated with carvings and painted designs. These objects, though common, were treated with great care because they carried the essence of the Viking way of life. A drinking horn, for example, might be adorned with a series of interlacing patterns and images of animals, symbolizing strength and protection. In gatherings and feasts, such objects were used not just for practical purposes but also as part of the celebration, showcasing the community's shared values and artistic heritage. Viking art was also a means of recording history. Although they did not have books like we do today, the Vikings passed on their stories through the art they created. Carvings on stones and wooden objects served as lasting reminders of significant events, heroic deeds, or the founding of a settlement. These visual records helped to preserve the memory of important figures and events, allowing future generations to learn from the past. When a traveler saw an old runestone or a beautifully carved door, it was as if a piece of history was speaking to them. A story of love, loss, bravery, and honor carved into stone or wood. The creative spirit of the Vikings was not limited to the objects they made. It was also present in the way they decorated their living spaces. The interiors of longhouses and other buildings were often enhanced with carved wooden beams and ornaments. These decorations added warmth and beauty to the otherwise simple structures. They also served a symbolic purpose. For example, certain patterns were believed to ward off evil spirits, protecting the inhabitants of the home. In a world where nature could be both beautiful and dangerous, art offered a sense of comfort and control, a way to bring order and beauty to everyday life. Many of the skills and techniques developed by Viking artisans have been passed down through the ages. Today, modern craftspeople and historians study Viking art to learn more about the people who created it. Museums in Scandinavia and across Europe display Viking artifacts, runestones, carved wooden objects, decorated weapons, and jewelry that offer a glimpse into the creative soul of these ancient people. These artifacts not only provide valuable historical information but also inspire awe for the talent and vision of Viking artists. The preservation of this art ensures that the legacy of the Viking Age continues to live on, influencing modern design and storytelling. The influence of Viking art can be seen in many parts of the modern world. The swirling designs and interlace patterns of Viking carvings have inspired contemporary artists and designers. Many logos, tattoos, and decorative items draw on the imagery of runes and knotwork. For people who admire the Viking Age, these symbols serve as a connection to a time when art was a vital part of everyday life and when creativity was deeply intertwined with culture and belief. The beauty of Viking art lies in its simplicity and depth. The art was created not for the sake of ornamentation alone but as a way to communicate beliefs, record history, and connect with the divine. Each carving, each rune was a small story, a message carved into wood or stone that spoke of the power of nature, the strength of the gods, and the resilience of the Viking people. The careful balance of form and function in their art reflects a culture that saw beauty in every aspect of life, even in the tools of war or the simple objects used in the home. In the end, the art and craft of the Vikings remind us that creativity is a universal language. Through runes, carvings, and ornamentation, the Vikings left behind not only records of their daily lives but also expressions of their dreams and beliefs. Their work continues to speak to us today, a lasting legacy of a people who saw art as a way to capture the mystery of life and the wonder of the world around them. Whether carved into stone on a lonely hillside or woven into the fabric of a treasured heirloom, the art of the Vikings carries a message of beauty, strength, and the eternal connection between humanity and nature. In the Viking Age, the rules that kept communities together were as important as the battles fought on distant shores. Viking law and governance were based on fairness, discussion, and the belief that every free person had a voice. In a world where storms could suddenly change the fate of a village and raids were a constant threat, the law helped bring order to chaos and united people under common rules. The roots of Viking law go back to ancient times when small groups of families lived together in close-knit communities. These early people faced many challenges: harsh winters, dangerous animals, and the constant need to work together to survive. Over time, as communities grew larger, there came a need for rules that everyone could agree on. This is when the idea of the Thing began to take shape. The Thing was a gathering of free people held regularly in an open place like a field or by a great tree. It was here that decisions about the community were made, disputes were settled, and new laws were created. The Thing was more than just a meeting. It was a symbol of how the Vikings believed in working together. No one person ruled by decree. Instead, elders and respected members of the community shared their wisdom, and every free man had the right to speak his mind. This system of governance helped build trust and cooperation among people who lived in a sometimes unpredictable world. At these gatherings, the laws were often not written down. Instead, they were remembered through oral tradition and passed down from one generation to the next. Skilled storytellers and elders would recite the rules, ensuring that everyone knew what was expected of them. These rules covered many aspects of daily life. They determined how property was shared, how disputes over land were resolved, and even how families should treat one another. The laws were made to be simple and fair so that even those who could not read or write could understand them. This tradition of oral law made the sense of justice a part of everyday life and connected each person to the history and values of their community. One of the most important principles in Viking law was the idea of compensation. If someone was harmed or a property was damaged, the law often required that the responsible person pay a fine or compensation to the injured party. This system, known as wergild, meaning man price, helped prevent endless cycles of revenge. Instead of seeking blood revenge, families could settle disputes through payment. This practice showed that the Vikings valued peace and the continuation of community over constant feuding. The concept of Warguild not only helped keep the peace but also emphasized the worth of a human life in a practical way. The Thing was also a place where major decisions were made about leadership and community direction. When a new chieftain was needed, the free men of the village would gather to choose one based on his strength, wisdom, and fairness. The chieftain was not a king in the way we think of rulers today. He was more like a first among equals, a leader who was expected to serve the community and not to rule over it with absolute power. His authority came from the respect of his peers, and if he failed to protect or serve his people, he could be challenged and even removed from his position. This balance of power ensured that leaders remained accountable to those they led. In addition to the Thing, many Viking communities had local courts where legal cases were heard. These courts were usually held outdoors under a large tree or in a public hall. When someone was accused of a crime, witnesses and family members would gather to hear the case. The accused had the opportunity to speak in his own defense, and the elders would listen carefully before making a decision. In some cases, trials were even held by ordeal, such as holding a hot iron or plunging a hand into boiling water, to determine guilt. Although these practices might seem harsh today, they were part of a belief system that saw the gods as judges of human behavior. The results of such ordeals were seen as messages from the divine, meant to reveal the truth in a situation where human evidence was not enough. The idea of fairness was at the heart of Viking law. Leaders and judges were expected to be impartial, and community members took the law seriously. In disputes between families or neighbors, the goal was not to punish but to restore balance. For example, if a person was injured in a brawl or a misunderstanding, the remedy might be to force both parties to share in the loss or pay a fine to repair the harm. Such solutions reinforced the idea that everyone was responsible for maintaining harmony within the community. The laws of the Vikings also covered matters of inheritance and property. When a person died, their belongings were divided among their heirs according to customs that had been followed for generations. These rules were designed to ensure that families stayed together and that no one was left without support. Inheritance laws helped maintain stability in a world where many families relied on land and livestock for survival. This careful management of property was another example of how Viking law was closely tied to everyday life and survival. As Viking society grew and began to interact more with neighboring cultures, the laws also evolved. When Vikings settled in new lands like the British Isles or parts of continental Europe, they encountered different legal traditions. In some cases they maintained their old ways, but in other instances, they blended them with the customs of their new neighbors. This merging of legal systems is one reason why modern laws in parts of Europe still show traces of Viking influence. The ability to adapt and change while holding on to core principles of fairness and community was a strength of Viking governance. In the towns where Vikings settled, the law played a role in maintaining order in bustling markets and busy streets. Merchants and craftsmen depended on clear rules to protect their goods and their rights. The Thing was not only a place for settling serious disputes but also a forum for discussing community needs, such as the building of roads or the construction of fortifications. These discussions often led to agreements that benefited everyone, showing that the law was a living, growing part of Viking life. It connected the personal with the public and helped build a society where the needs of many were balanced with the rights of individuals. Another important aspect of Viking law was its role in resolving conflicts between different groups. Sometimes disputes would arise not just within a village but between entire regions. In these cases, the Thing or similar assemblies would be called together by leaders from both sides. Through long discussions and negotiations, disputes could be settled without resorting to endless war. These peacemaking efforts were essential in a time when violence was common. They show that even the fiercest warriors understood the importance of unity and the benefits of living together in peace. the legacy of Viking law and governance is still remembered today in many parts of Europe. Archaeologists have uncovered stone carvings and inscriptions that hint at the laws and customs of ancient Viking societies. Modern historians study these findings to understand how these rules shaped the lives of the people. The idea of a community coming together to solve its own problems has inspired many later forms of democratic governance. In a way, the things held by the Vikings were early steps toward the ideas of fairness and equality that are valued in many modern societies. In the end, Viking law was more than just a set of rules. It was a reflection of the people's belief in community, fairness, and the power of collective decision-making. The system was built on dialogue rather than dictatorship, and it valued every person's voice. Even when disputes could have led to bloodshed, the law offered a way for people to come together, discuss their differences, and find solutions that served the greater good. This commitment to justice and equality was a cornerstone of Viking society, a legacy that has echoed through the centuries. The strength of Viking law and governance can be seen in how it helped these people build resilient communities in a harsh and unpredictable world. Through assemblies and courts, through a careful balance of compensation and responsibility, the Vikings created a system that allowed them to live in relative peace despite the constant threats they faced. Their approach to law, simple, direct, and based on fairness, ensured that even in the midst of chaos, there was room for order and justice. As we reflect on the Viking way of governing, we are reminded that the foundation of any strong society is not just its battles or its trade, but its commitment to the rule of law and the idea that every person has a role in shaping their community. The things of the Vikings were gatherings of free men, but they were also gatherings of hope. A hope that together people could create a fairer and more just world. In this sense, the legacy of Viking law is a reminder that true strength comes from unity and that the voices of many are stronger than the might of one. Even in a people known for their brave adventures and strong unity, internal conflicts and rivalries were part of life. The Viking world was not free from disagreements, power struggles, and clashes between ambitious leaders. These conflicts often took place within families, among chieftains, or even within a single community. In this chapter, we will explore how these internal struggles shaped the Viking Age, testing loyalties, forging new alliances, and sometimes leading to changes that would leave a lasting mark on their history. In the rugged lands of Scandinavia, where survival depended on strength and cooperation, many families and clans vied for power and resources. When resources were scarce or when one leader grew too ambitious, conflicts were almost inevitable. Rivalries often began quietly with whispers and minor disputes, but over time they could escalate into full-blown feuds. These internal conflicts were not just personal. They affected entire communities and sometimes even shifted the balance of power in the region. At the heart of many rivalries was the desire for control. Viking society was organized around clans and extended families, and leadership was often passed down through generations. However, not every heir was content to accept a role without a fight. Young leaders, eager to prove their worth, sometimes challenged their elders or rivals for control. These struggles were part of a culture that valued strength and courage. To a Viking, the ability to stand up for one's rights and to fight for a position of honor was a mark of true leadership. One common source of conflict was the division of spoils from raids. After a successful raid, the treasure had to be shared among the warriors. In some cases, disagreements over how much each person should receive led to bitterness. When one warrior or family felt shortchanged, the dispute could quickly become personal. Over time, such disputes might evolve into rivalries that pitted clans against one another. These feuds, though sometimes resolved through negotiations or the payment of compensation, could also turn violent and lead to lasting enmity. Another important factor that fueled internal conflicts was ambition. In a society where personal honor and reputation were closely linked to success on the battlefield, many warriors strove to achieve greatness. Leaders would sometimes use force or cunning to secure more land, wealth, or influence. This ambition, while driving many great achievements, also meant that rivalries were common. When two powerful chieftains competed for the same territory or sought the favor of influential allies, their conflict could divide communities. These power struggles were not always about personal gain. They were also about establishing a lasting legacy. A leader who emerged victorious in a rivalry could secure not only immediate rewards but also a place in the sagas and songs of future generations. Family ties, which were the backbone of Viking society, could also be a source of internal strife. In some cases, disputes arose over inheritance or the leadership of a clan. Brothers might quarrel over who was best suited to lead, or cousins could find themselves on opposite sides of a feud. Such conflicts were especially painful because they pitted loved ones against one another. In these situations, the line between personal loyalty and the pursuit of power was blurred. Despite the pain of these internal conflicts, many families eventually found ways to reconcile their differences. Often, the need for unity in the face of external threats forced rival factions to come together, even if grudgingly, to ensure the survival of their people. The process of resolving these internal disputes was not always peaceful. In some cases, leaders held formal gatherings similar to the Thing, where grievances were aired and solutions were sought through discussion and compromise. In other cases, however, the conflict escalated into open warfare between rival groups. These battles, fought not on distant shores but on the very soil of their homelands, could be as fierce and devastating as any raid against an outside enemy. When internal conflicts turned to war, they tested not only the strength of the warriors but also the unity of their communities. Sometimes, rivalries led to long periods of instability, where communities were divided and trust was hard to rebuild. The way Viking society dealt with internal conflicts offers insight into their values. Despite the intensity of rivalries and power struggles, many disputes were eventually settled through systems of compensation, negotiation, and sometimes ritual combat. The idea of wargild, or paying a fine for injuries or wrongs, was not only used to resolve conflicts between families but could also serve as a way to settle larger disputes between rival groups. This system, though imperfect, was a way to avoid endless cycles of revenge. It allowed both sides to acknowledge the harm done and work toward restoring peace within the community. One notable example of internal conflict is found in the sagas of rival chieftains who fought over territory and influence. These stories tell of battles that were as much about honor as they were about power. In many of these accounts, both sides were not entirely wrong. Each believed that their cause was just. Over time, some rivalries ended in uneasy truces, while others resulted in the complete overthrow of one group by another. The outcome of these power struggles often led to significant changes in leadership and even in the shape of entire communities. New alliances were formed, and sometimes the defeat of a once powerful chieftain allowed a new, more dynamic leader to rise. In this way, internal conflicts, though destructive in the short term, could pave the way for renewal and growth. Internal conflicts also had a profound impact on the cultural and political landscape of the Viking world. Rivalries between different clans often meant that each group developed its own traditions and styles, which added to the rich tapestry of Viking culture. The art, music, and even the way laws were interpreted could vary from one region to another, reflecting the diversity born out of these internal struggles. In some cases, the resolution of a long-standing feud led to a blending of customs and ideas, which strengthened the cultural identity of the community. These processes of negotiation and compromise are a reminder that conflict, while painful, can also lead to innovation and unity. At times, the external threats posed by raids from outsiders or the arrival of new settlers forced warring clans to put aside their differences and work together. When the fate of a community was at stake, rivalries sometimes gave way to a common purpose. In these moments, leaders from different factions would come together to form alliances that not only ended internal disputes but also built a stronger defense against enemies. This willingness to unite in the face of common challenges was a key factor in the survival of Viking communities. Even after fierce internal battles, the need for collective strength often led to reconciliations that benefited everyone. The role of individual personality in these power struggles cannot be overlooked. Some leaders were known for their fiery temper and unyielding ambition, while others were celebrated for their wisdom and ability to mediate disputes. The sagas tell of both the heroes who rose above petty rivalries and the tragic figures whose ambition led to their downfall. These stories, passed down through generations, remind us that the human heart is complex and that the same qualities that can lead to greatness can also spark conflict. They teach us that true leadership involves not only strength but also the ability to listen, compromise, and understand the needs of others. In modern times, historians and archaeologists study the remnants of these internal conflicts through the discovery of battle sites, burial mounds, and artifacts that hint at the turbulent lives of the Vikings. The scars left by these internal struggles are part of the landscape in Scandinavia and the lands where Vikings settled. They tell a story of a people who were not only united by their love for adventure but also divided by their fierce desire for honor and power. Each rune, each carved stone, can hold a memory of a battle fought not just against an enemy from afar but against a rival from within. The legacy of these internal conflicts is complex. On one hand, they remind us of the challenges that come with building a strong community and the price of ambition. On the other hand, they show us how out of strife can come growth, renewal, and a deeper sense of identity. The power struggles of the Viking Age contributed to the shaping of the political systems, legal practices, and cultural norms that have influenced societies even long after the end of the Viking era. In the end, internal conflicts were an unavoidable part of life in the Viking world. They tested the limits of loyalty, challenged the bonds of family and community, and forced people to rethink what it meant to be a leader. Yet these struggles also built resilience and creativity. Through hardship and dispute, Viking society learned valuable lessons about justice, unity, and the importance of forging a common path even when differences ran deep. As the mists of time settle over the rugged Scandinavian lands, the echoes of these internal battles still whisper through the forests and along the fjords. The rivalries and power struggles of the past, though marked by bloodshed and loss, have also become a part of the enduring story of the Vikings. A story of bold ambition, human frailty, and the eternal quest for honor and unity. In the Viking Age, not every conflict was solved by the clash of swords or the roar of battle. While the Vikings were famous for their daring raids and fierce warfare, they also knew that making friends and forming alliances could be just as important as fighting an enemy. In this chapter, we explore how diplomacy and alliances played a key role in Viking politics. Beyond the battlefield, leaders used talks, gifts, and negotiations to build strong bonds and secure peace. This side of Viking life shows that even fierce warriors understood the power of unity and the benefits of working together. In the rugged and often unpredictable world of the Vikings, survival depended on more than just strength in battle. As small communities grew into larger clans, many leaders realized that they could gain more by joining forces than by fighting each other. Meetings, called things, were not only used to settle local disputes, they also became a place where leaders discussed larger matters. At these gatherings, representatives from different groups would come together to talk about common interests. They debated ways to share resources, protect trade routes, and even defend against outside threats. Through these talks, ideas for alliances began to grow. Diplomacy in Viking society was built on the same ideas as their laws: honor, fairness, and mutual respect. When a Viking chieftain wanted to secure an alliance with a neighboring clan or even a distant ruler, he would often offer gifts as a sign of goodwill. These gifts could be anything valuable: fine weapons, beautifully made jewelry, or even a share of the loot from a recent raid. In return, the other side might offer protection, trade opportunities, or even a promise to join forces in case of war. These exchanges were not one-sided. They were part of a balanced system where each party could benefit. One famous example of Viking diplomacy involved a chieftain who sought to avoid unnecessary bloodshed by arranging a peaceful agreement with his rival. Instead of sending his warriors to attack, he sent emissaries carrying gifts and messages of friendship. The rival chieftain, impressed by the gesture and the respect shown, agreed to a truce. This agreement allowed both sides to focus on building their communities and strengthening trade. Over time, such alliances helped to create networks of peace that spread through the Viking world, making it easier for people to travel and share ideas without constant fear of attack. Trade was another area where diplomacy played an important role. As Viking longships sailed across the seas, they connected many different cultures. In bustling trading centers, Viking merchants met local traders, and discussions often went beyond the exchange of goods. These interactions allowed leaders to establish friendly relations with distant peoples. By forging trade alliances, the Vikings not only gained access to exotic items like spices, silk, and precious metals, but they also built bridges of understanding between diverse cultures. These trade partnerships were often sealed with formal meetings and written agreements that set out the rules for fair exchange and mutual support. Diplomacy was also essential when the Vikings encountered the great empires of the day. For instance, when Viking envoys traveled to the courts of the Frankish kings or even to Constantinople in the Byzantine Empire, they had to show not only their strength but also their respect for the customs and traditions of these powerful lands. In these meetings, Viking leaders often dressed in their finest clothes, presented detailed accounts of their achievements, and spoke in clear, respectful language. Their goal was to create an image of trustworthiness and honor, so that the rulers they met would see them as reliable allies rather than mere raiders. Such diplomatic missions sometimes led to long-lasting relationships that benefited both sides, as alliances with Vikings could provide a strategic advantage in times of war. Within the Viking world itself, diplomacy helped to manage the rivalries and internal conflicts that were common in the fierce environment of Scandinavia. While clashes between clans sometimes turned violent, many disputes were resolved through negotiation. Leaders would sit down together and discuss their grievances, often with the help of trusted advisors or neutral elders. These talks could result in the redrawing of borders, agreements on the division of spoils, or even marriages that united rival families. Marriages, in fact, were one of the most important tools of diplomacy. When a chieftain arranged a marriage between his daughter and a leader from another clan, it was a way of creating a bond that went beyond mere friendship. These unions tied families together and created a network of loyalty that could prevent future conflicts. In this way, the personal became political, and love and family ties helped to secure peace. Diplomatic alliances were not always free from challenges. There were times when negotiations broke down or when misunderstandings led to renewed conflict. In some cases, promises made during diplomatic talks were broken, leading to bitter feuds that could last for generations. Yet even these setbacks taught the Vikings valuable lessons about trust and the importance of clear communication. They learned that words were as powerful as weapons and that a good agreement could sometimes prevent the loss of many lives. Over time, as more and more clans experienced the benefits of peaceful cooperation, the art of diplomacy became an accepted and respected part of Viking culture. The impact of Viking diplomacy can still be seen today in the many cultural exchanges that occurred during the Viking Age. When Vikings settled in new lands like the British Isles or Normandy, they did not simply impose their ways by force. They also learned from the local customs and blended them with their own traditions. This mixing of cultures was often the result of careful diplomatic negotiations. Local rulers and Viking leaders would agree on matters like land division, taxation, and legal practices, creating societies that were a blend of Norse and local traditions. These blended cultures became rich and diverse, influencing art, language, and social structures for centuries to come. Another interesting aspect of Viking diplomacy was the role of storytelling and shared legends. Sagas and oral traditions were not only records of battles and heroic deeds, they also served to remind people of the value of unity. Many sagas include episodes where rivals come together to fight a common enemy or where a long-standing feud is resolved through mutual understanding. These stories, told around campfires and in longhouses, reinforce the idea that even fierce warriors could set aside their differences for the greater good. In a way, the tales themselves were a form of diplomacy, promoting peace and cooperation by celebrating successful alliances. The benefits of diplomacy extended to everyday life as well. In peaceful times, alliances made through negotiation helped to secure trade routes, ensure a steady supply of food and resources, and even provide mutual defense against outsiders. Small communities could band together, sharing the burden of maintaining roads, building bridges, or defending their villages. This cooperation created a network of support that made life a little less harsh in the unpredictable lands of Scandinavia. The idea that strength came not only from the sword but also from the bonds between people was a powerful lesson that resonated through the Viking Age and beyond. As time passed and the world grew more connected, Viking diplomacy laid the groundwork for more complex political systems. The ideas of fair negotiation, mutual respect, and alliance building were early steps toward the development of modern concepts of international relations. The Vikings showed that even in a world known for its violence and conquest, there was room for peace and cooperation. Their diplomatic efforts helped to smooth over conflicts, create stable trading networks, and even influence the formation of early states in Europe. The legacy of Viking diplomacy is a reminder that history is not just a record of battles and bloodshed. It is also a story of people working together, learning from each other, and building communities that could withstand the challenges of a harsh world. The diplomats of the Viking Age, with their skill in negotiation and their willingness to compromise, left behind a legacy that is as important as their tales of adventure and war. Their efforts to create alliances and maintain peace helped to shape the future of Europe and set an example for generations to follow. In the end, diplomacy and alliances in the Viking Age reveal a side of these fierce warriors that is often overlooked. They were not only bold raiders but also thoughtful leaders who understood that the power of a united people could be greater than the might of any single sword. Their willingness to sit down, talk, and forge bonds helped to create a legacy of cooperation that enriched not only their own world but also the lands they touched far beyond Scandinavia. In the Viking Age, change was always in the air. One of the biggest changes came with the spread of a new faith, Christianity. This was a slow and sometimes difficult process that touched every part of Viking life. In this chapter, we explore how the Vikings went from following Old Norse gods to embracing Christianity, and how this transformation affected their culture, laws, and daily life. At the beginning, the Vikings had a rich and powerful belief system of their own. They worshipped gods like Odin, Thor, and Freya and held sacred rituals to honor these deities. Their myths and legends explained the world around them and guided their way of life. But as Viking longships sailed to distant lands, they came into contact with new ideas and customs. Christianity, with its promise of eternal life and a strong moral code, began to spread across Europe. For many Vikings, this new faith was both strange and attractive. The conversion to Christianity did not happen overnight. It started slowly through the efforts of traders, missionaries, and even some Viking leaders. When Vikings settled in places like the British Isles and Normandy, they encountered Christian communities that lived very differently from their own. In these new lands, churches stood tall, and the sound of church bells filled the air. The message of Christianity, of love, forgiveness, and the hope of salvation, was shared in ways that touched many hearts. Over time, some Viking leaders saw the benefits of adopting this new faith, as it could help unite their people and even create alliances with powerful Christian rulers. One of the key moments in the conversion was when some Viking chieftains decided to invite Christian missionaries to their lands. These missionaries traveled from distant monasteries and churches, bringing with them Bibles, hymns, and new ideas about how to live a good and just life. They explained that there was one true God who loved everyone and that by following his teachings, people could find peace and a better future. Some chieftains were impressed by these ideas and saw that Christianity could bring order to the sometimes chaotic Viking society. They invited the missionaries to stay and build churches, and soon these new buildings began to appear alongside the old wooden longhouses. The decision to convert was not without conflict. Many Vikings felt a strong connection to their old gods and traditions. Their myths were part of their identity, woven into every celebration and story. For some, abandoning these beliefs felt like losing a piece of themselves. In some communities, there were debates and even disputes between those who wanted to hold on to the old ways and those who were ready to embrace Christianity. These conflicts could be bitter and lasted for many years. However, over time, the advantages of the new faith, such as stronger ties with neighboring Christian kingdoms and the support of a well-organized church, helped to tip the balance. The conversion process also involved changes in daily life. As more people became Christian, traditions began to shift. The old rituals dedicated to Norse gods were gradually replaced by Christian ceremonies. Pagan festivals were reinterpreted or merged with Christian holidays. For example, the celebration of Yule, which once honored the rebirth of the sun during winter, slowly became associated with Christmas and the birth of Jesus. In the homes and villages, people started to mark important moments like baptisms, marriages, and funerals with new rites that had been influenced by Christian teachings. For many Viking families, the change to Christianity also meant a shift in their laws and morals. The old codes of honor and revenge were replaced by new ideas of forgiveness and charity. Church leaders, who now held a position of influence, taught that every person had a duty to care for the poor and the sick. Over time, these new values began to reshape how communities dealt with disputes and managed their resources. The system of compensation, which had been a key part of Viking law, was adapted to include ideas of mercy and reconciliation that came from the Christian faith. The impact of Christianity on art and culture was also profound. In the early days, Viking art had been dominated by intricate carvings, runes, and images of gods and mythical creatures. As the new religion spread, artists began to create works that reflected Christian themes. Carvings of crosses, scenes from the Bible, and depictions of saints started to appear on stones, wooden objects, and even on the sides of ships. These changes in art not only signified a shift in belief but also created a bridge between the old Viking traditions and the new ways of thinking. Over time, a unique style emerged that combined Norse and Christian elements, a reminder of a period when two worlds were slowly becoming one. Education and literacy also saw a change with the arrival of Christianity. Monasteries, which were centers of learning in the Christian world, began to appear in some Viking settlements. These institutions taught not only religious studies but also skills like reading, writing, and arithmetic. Young Vikings who had once learned solely through oral tradition now had the chance to learn from written texts and to record their own stories. This new focus on learning laid the groundwork for future generations and helped preserve both the old sagas and the new Christian writings. It also marked the beginning of a shift from an oral culture to one that valued written records, a change that would have a lasting impact on European history. The conversion to Christianity was also marked by powerful symbols and rituals. One of the most visible symbols was the cross, which quickly became a common sight in Viking communities. Churches, both grand and humble, were built as places of worship and gathering. The sound of the church bell became a marker of time, calling people to prayer and to celebrate important occasions. These symbols and rituals helped reinforce the new beliefs and created a sense of community among those who had converted. They were a reminder that the change was not just in the mind but in every aspect of life, from the way people dressed to the songs they sang. Despite the changes, many Viking customs did not disappear entirely. Instead, they were adapted to fit the new Christian framework. The old sagas and stories were sometimes reinterpreted to highlight themes of redemption, sacrifice, and hope, ideas that were central to Christianity. In this way, the spirit of the Vikings continued to live on even as their beliefs evolved. The blending of old and new created a unique culture that was neither entirely pagan nor fully Christian, but something in between. A bridge between the fierce independence of the Vikings and the structured communal life promoted by the Church. Over time, the conversion to Christianity brought many benefits. It allowed Viking communities to build stronger ties with neighboring countries, opening the door to trade, political alliances, and cultural exchanges. The support of powerful Christian kingdoms helped some Viking rulers secure their lands and build prosperous communities. As more people embraced the new faith, the Vikings began to see themselves not just as a fierce people of warriors and raiders, but as part of a larger family that stretched across Europe. This sense of belonging and unity provided a strong foundation for the development of modern nations in the centuries that followed. However, the path to conversion was not without its losses. The shift in beliefs meant that many old rituals, songs, and traditions were gradually forgotten. The deep connection to the old gods, which had once provided comfort and strength, slowly faded away. For some, this loss was felt as a great sorrow, a closing of a chapter that had lasted for many generations. Yet, as with all great changes, the passing of one era was necessary for the birth of another. The transition to Christianity was a key turning point in Viking history, marking the end of the pagan past and the beginning of a new unified future. The legacy of the conversion to Christianity is still felt today. Many of the churches, runestones, and artworks from this period have survived, offering a glimpse into a time when old and new beliefs intertwined. The stories of Viking warriors and chieftains are now told alongside those of saints and missionaries, creating a rich tapestry of history. This period of transformation reminds us that change, even when it comes with great loss, can also bring renewal, growth, and a new sense of identity. As we look back on the conversion of the Vikings to Christianity, we see a powerful story of transformation. A story of how a fierce people, known for their bold raids and strong traditions, opened their hearts to a new way of thinking. It is a story of struggle, compromise, and eventual unity. A story that teaches us that even the mightiest among us can change for the better when we choose to embrace hope, forgiveness, and a vision of a brighter future. As the Viking longships sailed into new lands, they did not only bring raids and treasures, they also brought change. Over time, the Vikings learned to adapt to local customs and to blend their traditions with those of the people they encountered. This process of integration helped to shape communities that were part Norse and part local. In this chapter, we explore how the Vikings adapted and integrated with the cultures of the lands they settled, creating a unique fusion that enriched both sides. When Viking raiders first reached distant shores, they often shocked local communities with their fierce reputation and different ways. But as time passed, many Vikings began to see that there was more to life than battles. The wealth of fertile lands, bustling markets, and new ideas drew them to settle and make a home among these people. Instead of remaining separate and always at odds, many Vikings chose to adopt the language, dress, and customs of their new neighbors. This blending of cultures was not forced. It grew slowly as trust was built through trade, intermarriage, and shared experiences. In the early days of settlement, Viking leaders and chieftains understood that survival depended on cooperation. In regions like the British Isles, Normandy, and even parts of Eastern Europe, they found that forming friendly ties with local rulers could bring long-term benefits. They agreed to peaceful coexistence and even joined local assemblies to help govern the community. For example, in areas like the Danelaw in England, Norse settlers and Anglo-Saxons began to share laws and customs. Over time, this led to a way of life where the Old Norse traditions mixed with local customs to create a society that was unique and more resilient. Language was one of the first areas where integration took place. When Viking settlers met native peoples, they often learned each other's languages. Many Vikings began to speak the local tongue, and at the same time local languages picked up words from Old Norse. Everyday words in English, for instance, such as sky, egg, and window, have roots in the Norse language. This linguistic blending made it easier for people to communicate, trade, and even form friendships. It was a clear sign that the Vikings were not just outsiders but were becoming part of a larger community. Cultural exchange was also visible in art and craft. In Scandinavia, Vikings were known for their intricate carvings, woven patterns, and bold designs. When they settled in new lands, they continued their artistic traditions but also embraced local motifs and techniques. In Normandy, for example, local craftspeople and Viking settlers exchanged ideas about wood carving and metalwork. The result was art that showed a mix of Norse knotwork and Romanesque designs, a blend that celebrated the strengths of both cultures. These hybrid art forms were used on buildings, everyday tools, and even on personal items such as jewelry, marking a new chapter in the artistic heritage of the region. The integration of Viking and local cultures was most visible in the realm of religion and traditions. When the Vikings began to convert to Christianity, as discussed in earlier chapters, they did not completely abandon their old customs. Instead, many of the symbols and rituals of Norse mythology were reinterpreted in a Christian light. Pagan festivals were gradually merged with Christian holidays, so that the spirit of celebration continued even if the meaning had changed. In some communities, the old stories of the gods were remembered alongside the new tales of saints and miracles. This respectful blending of belief systems helped to ease the transition and allowed both sides to retain a sense of identity. Marriage and family life also became a bridge between cultures. As Viking men and women intermarried with local populations, families became living examples of integration. These unions brought together different customs, languages, and ways of life. Children grew up learning both Norse legends and local stories, speaking mixed dialects and adopting traditions from both worlds. Over generations, these mixed families helped to create communities where the old divisions faded away, replaced by a shared sense of belonging and mutual respect. The bonds formed in these families were strong, built on love and cooperation rather than on the rivalry of the past. Trade played an important role in fostering integration. Viking traders were not just interested in raiding, they were also keen on exchanging goods and ideas. markets in Viking settlements soon became melting pots where Norse, Anglo-Saxon, Frankish, and even Slavic traders met. In these busy centers, local and Viking merchants exchanged not only goods like furs, amber, and metalwork but also stories, techniques, and cultural values. The smooth flow of trade required trust and understanding, and as business relationships grew, so did personal friendships. These daily interactions reinforced the idea that working together was better than living apart in suspicion and conflict. Education and storytelling helped to bridge the gap between cultures as well. While the Vikings had a strong oral tradition, the settled communities now had more opportunities for learning. With the establishment of churches and later small schools, children learned to read and write. They heard the sagas of great Viking heroes alongside the histories and legends of their new neighbors. Storytellers would gather around longhouses and public fires to share tales that combined elements from both traditions. These stories taught lessons of bravery, honor, and the importance of community, uniting people from different backgrounds through a shared cultural heritage. Local laws and customs also changed as the Norse adapted to their new environments. In areas where Viking settlers formed part of the local governance, the Old Norse laws gradually merged with the legal traditions of the host culture. Meetings called things, which had long been a part of Norse governance, began to include representatives from different communities. Together, they worked to create laws that respected both Norse ideals of fairness and local practices. Over time, these joint legal systems laid the foundation for modern concepts of justice and community cooperation. The integrated laws ensured that disputes could be resolved peacefully and that everyone's rights were respected, regardless of their cultural background. One striking example of cultural integration can be found in the region of Normandy. Originally settled by Viking raiders who later became known as Normans, this area evolved into a powerful duchy. The Normans maintained many Norse traditions, such as their style of shipbuilding and some aspects of their legal system, while also adopting the language, art, and customs of the local Frankish population. Over the centuries, Normandy became known as a place where cultures blended so naturally that it produced new traditions, ideas, and even a new ruling class that influenced the history of France and England. The legacy of this integration is still visible today in the architecture, place names, and even in the genetic heritage of the people. Integration was not always smooth, and there were moments of tension and misunderstanding. Some locals were initially wary of the Viking settlers, whose customs and appearance were very different. Likewise, some Vikings missed the old ways of their homeland and resisted change. Yet, through continuous interaction, dialogue, and sometimes even compromise, barriers were slowly broken down. Festivals and public gatherings, where food, music, and dance from both cultures were shared, helped to build bridges of understanding. Over time, people began to see that the new blended culture was richer and more resilient than either tradition alone. The process of adaptation also involved learning new skills. Viking settlers discovered that the crops and animals of the new lands required different techniques of farming and animal husbandry. They learned from local farmers and in return shared their own expertise. This exchange of practical knowledge improved the livelihoods of both communities. Techniques in construction, fishing, and even weather prediction were adapted to suit the local environment. The Vikings' willingness to learn and change was one of their greatest strengths. It allowed them not only to survive but also to thrive in a variety of settings. As time passed, the distinct markers of a purely Viking identity began to fade in many areas. Instead, a new hybrid culture emerged. One that carried the adventurous spirit of the Norse but also embraced the customs and traditions of the lands they inhabited. This cultural evolution was a gradual process that spanned generations. It was not a loss of identity but rather a transformation. The people who lived in these communities proudly remembered their Norse origins while also celebrating the rich heritage of their new home. The story of Viking adaptation is a reminder that change is a constant part of human history. When people come together, they have the power to create something new and stronger than the sum of their parts. The Vikings, known for their fierce independence and warrior spirit, also showed great wisdom in knowing when to adapt and when to hold on to their traditions. Their journey from raiders to settlers is a powerful example of how cultural exchange can lead to lasting progress and unity. Today, the legacy of Viking adaptation can be seen in the many regions where they settled. From the place names and language to the art and legal traditions, the marks of Viking influence are woven into the fabric of modern society. The integrated culture that emerged from the blending of Norse and local ways of life continues to inspire people around the world. It teaches us that the ability to adapt, to learn from one another, and to celebrate diversity is one of the greatest strengths a community can have. As we close this chapter on Viking adaptation, we see a picture of a people who were not content to remain isolated and unchanging. Instead, they looked beyond their own shores, embraced new ideas, and built bridges with those who were once strangers. Their story is one of resilience, open-mindedness, and the power of cultural exchange. A story that still resonates today as a reminder that together, we can build a future richer and more united than we ever imagined. As the Viking longships that once sailed with such promise began to return less frequently, a slow change swept across the Norse lands. The Viking Age, known for its bold raids, long journeys, and fearless warriors, gradually came to an end. In this chapter, we explore the reasons behind the decline of the Viking Age and how changes in society, politics, and the world around them led to a new chapter in history. For many years, the Vikings had been the masters of the seas. They ventured far from home, raiding and trading with distant lands, and their longships were symbols of freedom and adventure. However, by the end of the 11th century, several factors worked together to bring an end to this era of expansion and conquest. The world was changing, and with it, so too were the challenges and opportunities facing the Norse people. One important reason for the decline was the changing political landscape in Europe. As kingdoms and empires began to grow stronger, they built better defenses along their coasts and borders. Countries such as England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire started to unite under stronger centralized rule. With well-organized armies and improved fortifications, the lands that the Vikings once found easy to raid now had the means to defend themselves. Over time, the days when a small band of warriors in swift longships could strike suddenly and vanish became fewer and fewer. Local rulers began to adopt strategies that made the famous hit-and-run raids of the Vikings much less effective. At the same time, the spread of Christianity played a significant role in transforming Viking society. As more Norse people converted to Christianity, they began to adopt the values and customs of the new faith. This brought changes in laws, social structures, and even in the way communities organized themselves. The old ways, including the traditions of raiding and the worship of the Norse gods, started to fade. Instead, the church offered new forms of community support and education. Many Viking leaders saw the benefits of this new belief system, such as better relations with powerful Christian kingdoms, and began to focus on building stable, lasting communities rather than pursuing endless raids. Economic changes also contributed to the decline of the Viking Age. The early Vikings had relied on plunder as a quick way to gain wealth. But as trade routes became safer and more established, honest commerce began to take its place. Markets grew larger and more sophisticated, and there was less need for the unpredictable spoils of a raid. In many parts of Scandinavia, farmers and merchants started to see the advantages of a stable economy. They invested in lands and built permanent settlements. The shift from a warrior society to one focused on agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship meant that fewer young men were drawn to a life of raiding. Instead, many sought a secure and prosperous life at home. Another factor was the gradual change in the technology of warfare and navigation. While the Viking longships were once the fastest and most agile vessels on the seas, improvements in ship design and navigation by other cultures eventually reduced this advantage. New types of ships, better organized naval forces, and advancements in military tactics meant that the element of surprise, the very tool that had made the Vikings so feared, lost much of its power. As rival powers grew more adept at defending their territories, the once successful strategies of the Vikings began to fail more often. With fewer easy targets available, many Viking leaders reconsidered their plans for raiding. Internal changes within the Norse societies also played a role in the decline. As communities became larger and more complex, the old clan-based system began to give way to more organized forms of government. The traditional ways of settling disputes, such as the Thing, continued to evolve, and a greater emphasis was placed on legal and diplomatic solutions rather than violence. With better communication and cooperation among the Norse themselves, the incentive for constant raiding diminished. Many leaders realized that building alliances and developing trade networks could bring long-term benefits that raiding never could. In addition to these factors, the influence of outside cultures began to change the social fabric of Scandinavia. As the Norse came into regular contact with the more settled and literate societies of Europe, new ideas about art, education, and governance began to take root. Monasteries and churches not only served as centers of worship but also as schools where children learned to read and write. The rise of literacy and record-keeping meant that stories and laws were no longer passed down solely by word of mouth. This shift helped preserve not only the history of the Norse but also their legal and cultural traditions, albeit in a changed form. The blend of Old Norse traditions with new influences contributed to the gradual transformation of society. The decline of the Viking Age was not an abrupt event but rather a slow process that unfolded over many decades. It was marked by a gradual loss of the adventurous spirit that had once driven the Vikings to the far corners of the known world. The bold raids of the past gave way to more peaceful pursuits, and the longships that once carried warriors and traders began to be used more for local travel than for distant conquests. With each passing generation, the world around the Norse changed just a little more, until eventually the age of the Vikings was replaced by a new era. One can imagine the transformation in a small coastal village. In the early days, the excitement of a successful raid might have brought great wealth and honor. Families would gather to celebrate the spoils of battle, and tales of daring exploits would fill the longhouses with pride and ambition. But as time passed, the focus shifted from the thrill of the raid to the steady work of farming, trading, and building a community. The same longships that had once been symbols of conquest now became symbols of connection between neighboring settlements. People looked to the future rather than to the past, building schools, churches, and markets that would endure for centuries. The decline of the Viking Age also brought a change in the way history was recorded. The sagas and oral traditions that had once celebrated the deeds of warriors were now written down by scholars and monks. These written records preserved the heroic tales of old, but they also marked the end of an era. Historians today study these writings to learn about the fierce battles and bold adventures of the past, but they also see in them the seeds of change that led to a more settled and peaceful time. In many ways, the decline of the Viking Age was a necessary step in the evolution of Europe. The world had grown larger and more interconnected, and the age of swift, unpredictable raids was giving way to a time of commerce, education, and more stable governments. The transformation of the Norse people, from fierce raiders to builders of communities, was not a loss of identity but an adaptation to a changing world. They took with them the best parts of their heritage, courage, craftsmanship, and a spirit of adventure, and used them to build a new future. The legacy of the Vikings, however, did not disappear with the decline of their raiding ways. Instead, it transformed into a lasting influence on the cultures they touched. The blending of Norse traditions with local customs in places like England, France, and Russia helped shape the languages, legal systems, and even the art of those regions. The memory of the Viking Age lives on in the stories passed down through generations, in the names of towns and cities, and in the cultural pride of nations that once faced the longships of Scandinavia. Today, the decline of the Viking Age is seen as a time of transformation and renewal. It was a period when the fierce energy of a warrior culture was channeled into building lasting institutions and creating a more connected and stable world. The end of the Viking Age did not mark the end of the Norse spirit. Rather, it paved the way for new forms of expression, trade, and governance that would help shape modern Europe. As we reflect on the decline of the Viking Age, we see a picture of a people who were capable of great change. Their journey from wild raiders to settled citizens is a story of adaptation, resilience, and the eternal quest for a better life. Even as the longships sailed less frequently from the Scandinavian shores, the spirit of the Vikings continued to influence the world in quiet, enduring ways. The legacy of their adventures, their art, and their laws lives on in the modern cultures of Europe. A reminder that every end is also a beginning, and that even the fiercest warriors can find peace in the steady work of building a community. Deep beneath the fields and along the rugged shores of Scandinavia, a hidden world waits to be discovered. Over the past 2 centuries, archaeologists have gently unearthed the secrets of the Viking Age, helping us learn about the lives of these brave seafarers. In this chapter, we follow the story of these discoveries, from ancient burial mounds to the remains of longships, and see how they have changed our understanding of the Vikings. Archaeology is like a careful detective work on the past. With each shovel of earth and every careful brush stroke, researchers uncover pieces of the Viking world that had been lost for over 1,000 years. In many cases, the items found tell us not only about battles and raids but also about everyday life, about how people lived, worked, and celebrated in a harsh but beautiful land. One of the most important types of discoveries has been Viking burial sites. In many parts of Scandinavia, large burial mounds, known as barrows, have been found. These mounds were built to honor important people in Viking society. Inside the mounds, archaeologists have found the remains of warriors, along with their weapons, shields, and sometimes even parts of their longships. These graves are like time capsules. They reveal details of a person's life and status. For instance, a warrior buried with a sword and a decorated shield tells us that he was highly respected in his community. In some cases, the graves include personal items like jewelry or tools, showing that the Vikings cared for both the beauty and the utility of everyday objects. In addition to burial mounds, many Viking hoards have been discovered. A hoard is a collection of valuable items that were hidden away, perhaps in times of danger or conflict. These collections often include silver coins, gold ornaments, and finely crafted weapons. One famous example is the hoard from a site in Sweden that contained hundreds of coins, along with intricate jewelry and even small tools. Hoards tell us about the trade networks that Vikings built. The coins in these collections often come from distant lands, showing that Vikings traded with people from far-off regions. They are proof that even as warriors, the Vikings were also keen traders who built connections with many cultures. Another remarkable discovery has been the remains of Viking longships. These ships were the vessels that carried the Vikings across open seas and winding rivers. For many years, historians had only old pictures and written descriptions to imagine how these ships looked. But when archaeologists dug up the remains of longships in places like Norway and Denmark, a whole new picture emerged. These ship finds, such as the famous Oseberg ship, are carefully preserved in museums today. They show us the beauty and skill of Viking craftsmanship. The long ships are built with overlapping wooden planks and have elegant curves that allowed them to slice through water with great speed. By studying these ships, experts have learned much about Viking technology and the art of navigation. Not all archaeological finds are grand ships or royal graves. Everyday items like pottery, tools, and even fragments of clothing have been discovered in old settlements. In many small villages, the remains of longhouses, the large communal homes where Viking families lived, have been excavated. These sites give us a glimpse into daily life. For example, researchers have found simple tools used for farming and cooking. They have uncovered remains of hearths where families gathered to share meals and stories during long, cold winters. Even the layout of these settlements, with rooms grouped around a central fire, helps us understand the importance of family and community in Viking society. Art also plays a big part in the archaeological record. Carved runestones, for example, have been found scattered across the countryside. These stones are often marked with runes, the letters of the Old Norse alphabet, and decorated with swirling patterns and animal motifs. Each runestone tells a story. Some commemorate a fallen warrior, while others mark important events or family lines. These stones are not only historical records but also works of art. They show us that the Vikings had a deep love for beauty and symbolism. Even after centuries, these stones continue to inspire modern artists and historians. One of the most exciting aspects of archaeological discoveries is that they often raise new questions. For example, when archaeologists found a rich burial in a place that was once a Viking trading post, they wondered about the identity of the person buried there. Was he a local leader, a trader, or even a foreign visitor who had settled among the Vikings? Each new discovery adds a piece to the puzzle and sometimes changes what we thought we knew about the past. It shows that history is not fixed. It is like a story that continues to unfold as we learn more. Modern technology has also helped archaeologists study the Viking past. Techniques such as ground-penetrating radar, carbon dating, and even DNA analysis have made it possible to examine sites without disturbing them too much. These methods help researchers determine the age of artifacts and the origins of the people who used them. For instance, by studying the bones found in a burial mound, scientists can learn about the diet, health, and even the ancestry of Viking warriors. This information adds depth to the stories we have read in the sagas and written in old texts. Many museums across Scandinavia and Europe now have special exhibitions dedicated to the Viking Age. Visitors can see real artifacts, swords, shields, jewelry, and even parts of ships that have been carefully preserved. These displays help to bring the past to life. Walking through a museum, one might see a beautifully carved runestone and imagine the hands that carved it centuries ago. One might stand before the remains of a longship and picture the brave souls who sailed it to distant lands. These experiences remind us that the Vikings were real people with dreams, struggles, and passions. Their lives were filled with adventure, and their stories continue to inspire. Archaeology has also shown us that the Viking Age was much more than a time of raiding and conquest. The discoveries of farms, markets, and everyday tools reveal that many Vikings led peaceful lives as farmers, craftsmen, and traders. They built strong communities and created a rich culture that blended art, law, and belief. This side of Viking life, once hidden beneath the tales of epic battles, is now emerging as historians piece together the full story of the past. The work of archaeologists is never finished. New digs continue to reveal unexpected finds. A hidden settlement along a riverbank, a trove of coins buried in the sand, or a fragment of a piece of pottery that hints at a long-forgotten custom. Each discovery is a reminder that the past is always there, waiting patiently to be uncovered. These ongoing efforts help us better understand not only the Vikings but also the many peoples who have shaped the history of Europe and the world. In the end, archaeological discoveries serve as a bridge between our modern lives and the distant past. They connect us with the people who came before us, their struggles, their triumphs, and the everyday moments that made up their lives. The stones, ships, and simple tools uncovered by archaeologists tell a story of a vibrant culture that valued bravery, creativity, and community. They show us that history is not just about kings and battles but about families, traditions, and the enduring human spirit. As we look at the remains of Viking settlements and the treasures hidden in the earth, we are reminded that every artifact has a story. Every runestone and every shard of pottery is a silent witness to the lives of those who once walked this land. These discoveries encourage us to keep asking questions, to keep digging, and to keep learning about our shared past. They remind us that history is a living story, one that continues to grow and change with every new find. Through the tireless work of archaeologists and historians, the world of the Vikings is becoming clearer and more complete. The pieces of the puzzle, once scattered and forgotten, are now coming together to tell a tale of a people who were both fierce and gentle, bold and thoughtful. Their legacy lives on not only in the legends and sagas but also in the very soil of Scandinavia, in the artifacts that shine with the light of ancient craftsmanship, and in the stories that continue to captivate us all. The stories of the Vikings have traveled through the ages, filled with images of horned helmets, wild, unruly warriors, and endless plundering. Many of these ideas have become part of popular culture, but they are not always true. In this chapter, we explore the difference between myth and reality. We will look at common stereotypes about the Vikings and discover what historians and archaeologists have learned about these people. By understanding the truth behind the legends, we can see the Vikings as real people with complex lives rather than just characters in a story. One of the most famous myths is that Vikings wore horned helmets. For a long time, paintings and costumes in operas showed warriors with horns on their helmets. However, there is no evidence that Vikings actually wore horned helmets in battle. The idea came from later artists who wanted to create an image of the exotic North. In reality, Viking helmets were simple and practical, designed to protect the head during battle. They were made of iron or leather and had a rounded shape to deflect blows. Horns would have made the helmet heavy and impractical for fighting. This myth shows how art and popular culture can shape our ideas about history. Another common stereotype is that Vikings were only violent raiders who cared only for plunder. While it is true that some Viking groups carried out raids, their lives were much more diverse. Many Vikings were farmers, traders, and craftsmen. They built strong communities and traveled far to trade goods like furs, amber, and metalwork for spices, cloth, and other valuable items. Their longships were not only used for quick raids but also for peaceful travel along rivers and across seas. Archaeological discoveries have shown that many Viking settlements were thriving centers of agriculture and trade. This evidence tells us that the Viking world was not one-dimensional but a rich and complex society where people worked hard to build lasting communities. The image of the Viking as a barbaric, uncivilized warrior is another stereotype that does not tell the whole story. Vikings had a deep sense of honor, law, and community. They held assemblies called things, where free men would meet to discuss laws, settle disputes, and make important decisions. This practice showed that they valued fairness and collective decision-making. Leaders were chosen not solely by force, but by the respect they earned from their people. This system of governance laid an early foundation for ideas that would later influence modern democratic practices in Europe. The careful balance between strength and wisdom in Viking society is a reminder that even in harsh times, people can work together for the good of all. Many people believe that all Vikings were ruthless and left a trail of destruction wherever they went. In reality, the reputation of the Vikings as brutal raiders has been exaggerated over time. Yes, some groups attacked monasteries and towns, but these actions were often driven by a need for resources in a land where survival was not easy. The harsh climate and limited farming opportunities in Scandinavia pushed some Vikings to seek fortunes elsewhere. However, when they returned home, they were also community builders who used the wealth from raids to improve their villages, build better homes, and invest in trade. This duality shows that the same people who could be fierce in battle were also capable of great generosity and long-term planning. The stereotype of the wild, lawless Viking is also misleading. Viking society was built on strong traditions, and their legal system was based on compensation and communal decision-making. For example, if someone was injured or if property was damaged, the responsible party was required to pay wergild, or a fine to make up for the harm done. This practice was meant to prevent endless cycles of revenge and to maintain peace within the community. The existence of such a system shows that the Vikings were not merely savage fighters, but also people who cared deeply about justice and order. Many myths also portray Viking life as a constant series of battles and bloodshed. While warfare was an important part of Viking history, it was not the only aspect of their lives. Daily life in Viking society involved farming, crafting, and community gatherings. Archaeological sites of Viking settlements reveal the remains of houses, farms, and even workshops where tools and weapons were made. These discoveries show that much of Viking life was about building and nurturing, not just fighting. Families worked together in longhouses, celebrated seasonal festivals, and passed on stories and traditions to their children. The peaceful parts of Viking life are as important to understanding their culture as the stories of raids and battles. Another area where myth and reality diverge is in the portrayal of Viking art. Popular images of the Vikings often focus on violent scenes or heroic battles. However, Viking art is rich in symbolism and beauty. Their carvings, runestones, and metalwork show intricate designs that tell stories of the gods, nature, and everyday life. The swirling patterns and knotwork designs that are seen today in modern tattoos and jewelry are taken directly from Viking artistic traditions. These works of art reveal a people who had a strong connection to their environment and who celebrated life in many forms. Rather than being simply savage, Viking art shows us a people who were thoughtful, creative, and deeply connected to their heritage. The role of women in Viking society is another subject where myths have clouded reality. The popular image of Vikings often overlooks the significant contributions of Viking women. In truth, women in Viking society were important in managing households, running farms, and even participating in trade and politics. Some women, known as shield maidens in the sagas, are said to have fought in battles, and while historical evidence is limited, it is clear that women held positions of power and respect. They controlled the home, managed resources, and even took on leadership roles when needed. Far from being passive, Viking women helped to shape their communities and played a vital part in preserving cultural traditions. It is also common to hear that the Vikings lived in constant fear and instability. While their world was undoubtedly harsh, with long, dark winters and the constant challenge of survival, Viking society was also built on cooperation and resilience. Their communities were designed to work together, sharing resources and supporting one another during difficult times. The thing, or assembly, was one way that the Vikings ensured that everyone had a say in how the community was run. This practice helped to foster a sense of belonging and responsibility, which in turn made their society stronger and more stable. The idea that Vikings were always on the brink of chaos is far from the reality that archaeological and historical evidence shows. The myths surrounding the Vikings were often created by those who encountered them. Many of the written records about Viking raids were made by the people who were attacked. Monks and local rulers, shocked by the sudden violence and the unfamiliar appearance of the Viking warriors, sometimes exaggerated the brutality of these encounters. Over time, these accounts became the basis for the popular image of the Vikings as fearsome, bloodthirsty barbarians. While it is true that raids did occur, it is important to remember that history is often written by those who have suffered. Modern historians and archaeologists have worked hard to piece together a more balanced view of the Viking Age, one that includes not only the violence of raids but also the everyday life, creativity, and community spirit of the Norse people. Today, the true story of the Vikings is celebrated in museums, festivals, and through archaeological discoveries. The remnants of Viking settlements, the beautifully preserved longships, and the delicate runestones all tell us that the Vikings were much more than the stereotypes suggest. They were explorers, traders, farmers, artists, and family people. Their legacy is one of resilience and adaptability. A people who could conquer seas and build communities, who could be fierce warriors and gentle caregivers at the same time. In the end, the myth versus reality of the Viking Age reminds us that history is a complex tapestry. The simplified images of horned helmets and endless pillaging are only one part of the story. By looking at the full picture, through the study of law, art, daily life, and personal relationships, we come to understand that the Vikings were real people with a wide range of experiences. They were not simply the monsters of legend. They were a vibrant culture that made lasting contributions to the world. Debunking these myths does not mean ignoring the violent aspects of Viking history. Instead, it means recognizing that every culture has many sides, and that the true story is often more interesting and inspiring than the simple tales passed down over time. As we learn more from archaeology, history, and even modern reinterpretations, we see that the Vikings left behind a legacy of creativity, innovation, and community that continues to influence the modern world. Let this chapter be a reminder that we should always look deeper than the surface of a story. Behind the myths lie real people who faced real challenges, celebrated real joys, and built real communities. The real Vikings were pioneers in every sense, a people who bridged worlds both in battle and in everyday life. Their true legacy is not one of mere violence, but one of exploration, creativity, and the enduring power of community. Even though the Viking Age ended many centuries ago, the spirit of the Norse people still lives on today. The legacy of the Vikings can be seen in many parts of modern culture, from language and art to festivals and popular films. In this chapter, we explore how the Vikings have influenced the modern world, how their stories continue to inspire, and why their memory remains so powerful. One of the most visible ways the Viking legacy lives on is in language. Many common words in English and other European languages come from Old Norse. For example, everyday words like sky, egg, and window have roots in the language spoken by the Vikings. Even place names bear traces of the Norse presence. In areas that were once part of the Viking world, towns and villages often have names ending in by or thorp. These endings remind us that long ago Vikings settled and left their mark on the landscape. This small but lasting influence shows that the Vikings were not only warriors but also builders who helped shape the communities of today. The art and design of the Vikings are also celebrated in modern times. The swirling knotwork and intricate patterns that were common in Viking carvings and metalwork have become popular symbols in modern tattoos, jewelry, and graphic design. Artists and designers are inspired by the simple, bold lines and the deep meanings behind these ancient motifs. Runestones, with their mysterious runic inscriptions, are often featured in art exhibitions and museum displays. Modern craftspeople sometimes recreate Viking jewelry and household items, not only to honor the past but also to bring a touch of that old-world beauty into today's world. This blend of old and new is a tribute to the creative spirit of the Vikings, showing that art can connect generations separated by time. Festivals and historical reenactments are another way that the Viking legacy is kept alive. Across Scandinavia, Europe, and even in parts of North America, people gather each year to celebrate Viking culture. These festivals often include markets where artisans sell handcrafted goods, demonstrations of traditional Viking crafts like woodworking and metal forging, and even reenactments of Viking battles and shipbuilding. Participants dress in costumes that mimic the clothing of the Vikings, and they sing old songs and recite tales from the sagas. These events serve as a way for modern communities to remember their roots and to share the fascinating history of the Vikings with new generations. The festivals also bring people together in the same way that the Viking Thing once united free men to discuss important matters. Literature and film have played a large role in shaping how we see the Vikings today. For many people around the world, their first impression of the Vikings comes from movies and television series. While not every portrayal is historically accurate, these stories spark interest and lead viewers to learn more about the true history of the Norse people. Books about Viking history, legends, and the lives of famous leaders like Ragnar Lothbrok and Harald Fairhair are widely read. Many of these works try to show a balanced picture of the Vikings, recognizing their bravery and adventurous spirit while also revealing the complex, everyday lives they led. This interest in Viking history has even influenced video games, where players can experience virtual adventures in the Viking world, learning about longships, battles, and ancient customs along the way. Sports and competitions in some modern Nordic countries are also influenced by Viking traditions. Many annual events celebrate strength, endurance, and teamwork, qualities that were highly valued by the Vikings. Traditional games, sometimes inspired by activities like tug-of-war or stone lifting, can be seen at local fairs and competitions. These events remind people of the hard work and determination required to survive in a harsh, northern environment. They are not only a celebration of physical strength but also a tribute to the community spirit that helped the Vikings thrive. The influence of Viking culture is also found in modern architecture and design. In parts of Scandinavia, buildings and public spaces are designed with a nod to Viking heritage. Museums dedicated to the Viking Age display carefully preserved artifacts, such as weapons, jewelry, and even full-size longships that have been reconstructed based on archaeological findings. These museums are not only educational but also a source of pride for local communities, as they remind everyone of a time when the Vikings set out to explore the unknown. The designs of these buildings often incorporate natural materials and patterns reminiscent of Viking art, creating a connection between modern life and ancient traditions. Education and research continue to uncover new aspects of Viking history. Universities and research centers in Scandinavia and across Europe offer courses on Norse history, language, and culture. New archaeological discoveries, sometimes made with the help of modern technology like satellite imaging or 3D modeling, add fresh insights to what we know about the Viking Age. These findings help to refine our understanding of how the Vikings lived, worked, and interacted with the world. The study of the Vikings is a dynamic field, with scholars constantly debating and refining ideas about everything from social structures to religious beliefs. This academic interest keeps the spirit of the Vikings alive, as new generations of students and researchers build on the work of those who came before. Modern political and social ideas in some Nordic countries also draw inspiration from Viking traditions. The ancient system of local assemblies, where free people gathered to make decisions, is seen as an early form of democratic governance. This idea of community participation and consensus is celebrated in modern Scandinavian societies, which are known for their high levels of social equality and civic engagement. In many ways, the spirit of the Viking thing lives on in the modern parliaments and local councils of these countries. It is a reminder that even long ago, people believed in the power of coming together to solve common problems and build a better future. Even outside Scandinavia, the legacy of the Vikings is embraced by many who see in them a symbol of courage and exploration. In countries such as Canada, the United States, and the United Kingdom, Viking festivals, museums, and cultural centers attract visitors eager to learn about the Norse past. These institutions often host lectures, interactive exhibits, and workshops that invite people to explore topics such as Viking navigation, warfare, and art. The appeal of the Vikings is universal. People from many backgrounds are drawn to their adventurous spirit and the mystery of a bygone era. At the heart of the modern Viking legacy is the idea that history is not just about the past. It is a living part of who we are. The stories of the Vikings, both the mythic and the real, continue to inspire artists, writers, and dreamers around the world. They remind us that adventure and discovery are timeless, that the desire to explore is a part of human nature, and that even the most challenging times can give birth to great achievements. Whether seen in a modern film, a tattoo design, or a carefully restored longship in a museum, the Viking spirit continues to spark the imagination. The lasting influence of the Vikings is also a reminder of the importance of preserving cultural heritage. Efforts to conserve archaeological sites, restore ancient artifacts, and teach the history of the Vikings in schools help ensure that this vibrant past is not forgotten. Museums, festivals, and cultural programs all play a role in keeping the memory of the Viking Age alive. They allow us to honor the creativity, resilience, and spirit of a people who shaped not only their own destiny but also that of the world. In the end, the Viking legacy in modern culture is a story of transformation and continuity. The fierce warriors who once sailed the cold seas have given way to modern citizens who value cooperation, creativity, and exploration. Yet the echoes of their lives remain, woven into our language, seen in our art, celebrated in our festivals, and remembered in our history books. The true story of the Vikings is one of human spirit, a spirit that continues to guide us as we explore new frontiers and build our future. The Viking legacy reminds us that the past is never truly gone. It lives on in the traditions we celebrate, the stories we tell, and the values we hold dear. By looking back at the Vikings with an open heart and mind, we can learn not only about the people of long ago but also about ourselves. Their adventures, their art, and their enduring sense of community continue to inspire us to be brave, curious, and resilient in the face of change. As our journey through the Viking Age comes to a close, we are left with a picture of a remarkable people whose spirit still echoes through the ages. The Vikings were more than just raiders and warriors. They were explorers, traders, community builders, artists, and diplomats. Their legacy is a rich tapestry woven from the threads of adventure, creativity, resilience, and unity. In this final chapter, we reflect on the many facets of Viking life and consider the ways in which their enduring spirit continues to inspire us today. The story of the Vikings begins in the rugged lands of Scandinavia, where harsh winters and dramatic landscapes shaped a people who learned to live in close harmony with nature. In the early days, survival meant cooperation. Families and small communities worked together to farm the land, fish in the cold rivers, and build sturdy homes that could withstand the fierce northern elements. These simple yet determined beginnings laid the foundation for a culture that valued hard work, shared responsibility, and the beauty found in everyday life. As the years passed, the call of the unknown began to stir in the hearts of many young Scandinavians. The sea, with its endless horizons and mysteries, became a path to adventure. With skillfully built longships, the Vikings set sail from their homeland to explore distant lands. They were driven by a mix of necessity and a thirst for discovery, a desire to find new resources, trade with distant cultures, and sometimes to prove themselves in battle. Their journeys took them not only to the coasts of the British Isles and continental Europe but also deep into eastern lands where they became known as Varangians, and even to the great Byzantine Empire. In every new destination they left their mark. The Vikings were known for their daring raids, but their impact went far beyond the spoils of war. Through trade they connected distant cultures. They exchanged goods like amber, furs, and metalwork for wine, spices, and luxury textiles. This bustling commerce brought people together, breaking down barriers and inspiring creativity on both sides. It is this very spirit of connection that we see in modern times, where trade and cultural exchange continue to drive progress and mutual understanding across borders. Inside their communities, the Vikings developed systems of law and governance that emphasized fairness and shared decision-making. The Thing, an assembly where free people gathered to discuss and resolve issues, was an early form of democracy. Here, every voice mattered, and disagreements were settled by discussion and compromise rather than by endless cycles of revenge. This approach to governance reflected the value they placed on community and collective well-being, a principle that still influences modern ideas of justice and cooperation. The Vikings were also great artists and craftsmen. Their work in wood, metal, and stone reveals a deep appreciation for beauty and symbolism. Intricate carvings, interlacing knotwork, and mysterious runes have not only survived the passage of time but have become sources of inspiration for modern design. These artistic traditions remind us that creativity can flourish even in the midst of harsh, challenging conditions. They capture the essence of a people who found meaning in both the grand and the everyday, leaving behind treasures that continue to tell their story. Throughout the Viking Age, the lives of these seafarers were filled with constant change. They experienced the thrill of battle, the sorrow of loss, and the joy of discovery. They celebrated victories with feasts and shared their stories by the light of roaring fires. Their sagas, passed down through generations, are filled with tales of heroes and heroines who faced both external enemies and internal conflicts. These stories, while sometimes exaggerated over time, hold important truths about courage, honor, and the human capacity to adapt. One of the most profound transformations in Viking society was the gradual shift from the old ways to new beliefs as Christianity spread across the Norse lands. This process was not abrupt but a slow, complex journey that saw the blending of pagan traditions with new Christian ideas. The result was a unique cultural synthesis, a merging of the past with the present that allowed the Vikings to maintain their identity while also embracing change. This ability to evolve while preserving core values is one of the most enduring aspects of the Viking spirit. Yet, despite the many changes that came with time, the essence of the Vikings remains clear. A fearless desire to explore, to challenge the unknown, and to build a better future. Even as the era of great Viking raids gave way to a more settled and peaceful way of life, the same spirit of adventure and innovation lived on in the communities they built. Their descendants carried forward traditions of craftsmanship, law, and exploration, contributing to the rich heritage of Europe and beyond. Today, the legacy of the Vikings is celebrated in countless ways. Museums display their intricate artifacts, from beautifully carved runestones to the remains of majestic longships, allowing us to catch a glimpse of their daily lives and great journeys. Festivals and reenactments bring Viking history to life, as people from all walks of life dress in traditional garb, participate in age-old games, and share in the music and dance of the Norse tradition. These events are not only a celebration of a bygone era but a tribute to the enduring power of cultural heritage. Modern literature, film, and art continue to draw upon the image of the Vikings. While popular culture sometimes distorts the reality with sensationalized depictions, a growing number of historians and artists strive to present a more nuanced picture. They show that the Vikings were not merely fierce warriors, but complex people with deep connections to family, faith, and the natural world. Their stories inspire us to be brave in the face of challenges, to embrace change, and to honor our past while looking forward to the future. The influence of the Vikings is also evident in the very words we use. Many everyday English words have their roots in Old Norse, and countless place names remind us of a time when these seafarers roamed the lands of Europe. The legal and governmental practices of modern Scandinavian countries owe much to the early things of the Viking Age. Their art and design have sparked trends in modern jewelry and tattoos, proving that ancient symbols can speak powerfully even in our digital age. At its heart, the Viking legacy is about the human spirit, a spirit that refuses to be confined by borders, that thrives on exploration, and that finds strength in unity. It is a legacy that teaches us about resilience, that even in the harshest environments with constant threats and challenges, communities can grow, innovate, and transform adversity into opportunity. The Vikings showed that by working together and by remaining open to change, people can create a lasting impact on the world. As we look back on the journey through the Viking Age, we see a rich history of transformation, conflict, creativity, and growth. From their humble beginnings as small families in a challenging land to their adventures across the seas, the Vikings left behind a legacy that continues to resonate. Their spirit of exploration and innovation has shaped not only the history of Europe but also the way we think about community, art, and progress. In conclusion, the story of the Vikings is far more than tales of battles and raids. It is a story of enduring courage, community spirit, and the relentless pursuit of a better future. The Vikings remind us that history is not just a record of events, but a living narrative that influences our culture, our language, and our way of life. Their legacy endures in the strength of modern Scandinavian societies, in the art that decorates our cities, and in the stories that continue to inspire our imaginations. The enduring spirit of the Vikings teaches us to be bold, to embrace our differences, and to work together toward common goals. It shows that even when faced with daunting challenges, the human spirit can forge paths to new horizons. As we move forward into an ever-changing world, we can look to the past of the Vikings not as a relic of ancient times, but as a source of inspiration for creating a future where adventure, creativity, and unity lead the way.